Hey guys, it's Tarkin coming at you with another game of Diablo 2 Resurrected. We're playing our hardcore Skelemancer, level 24. We're in the beginning of Act 4. We just stepped in last night. Now, of course, as we know, the first thing that you do when you start a new game is go to Act 1. We're going to need some skeleton. And we will get them. Two hours later. Alright, ready to roll out. That was the sound of a gym. Can't leave something like that upon the ground. Wasn't it? I guess not. Huh. Curious. Alright. Time to leave the fortress. First we'll see if there's something worth buying. Heavy belts just have default slots like these belts do, so not worth. That head, bad, so not worth. Yeah, we've got our stealth in the armor, so it's good. But like 1 to all skill levels, it's pretty good. It's pretty expensive. I almost want to get it. A skill 1, you know, because our wand right now is just like a weird little clay golem energy wand. A skill wand, I mean, it would take like all of our money. Well, half of it. I think it's worth doing. You know, skills hits your curses, it hits your bone armor. It, you know, summon mastery, summon resist. Getting all skills, you know, very, very good. You know, you get a dip into a lot of points for a skiller, and I mean, since we want mastery raise, clay golem and golem mastery points and summon resist are fine, and then, you know, like it's just good, you know. Even if it was like 2 points in skeleton, I still might take the points in everything above that. Even if it's wrong, I still might take it. Because, look, when you have like a whole bunch of free skill points, you feel awesome. You feel like you're a gentleman. Alright, what are our mobs? We've got big guys. So a lot of the Act 4 mobs are a problem. Not these guys. Nobody even knows what they do. No, they try to hit you. You just run away from them. And, you know, they spawn dudes. But anyway, it's they're fine. And corpulence, alright. So, a decently fine roll here. Now, the big guys that breathe fire, you know, that's an issue. But fundamentally, keep in motion. Now that we got a little bit of run walk, you know, we're really operating. And of course, the corpse explosion is a little bit of fire damage, so it doesn't totally work as well as you would want, but we push on through. It's really just about like the rare times you get into choke points. Now, there's not a ton of those kinds of places for choke points in Act 4, so in general, you know, it's generally a nice little cozy thing for summoners. There's a couple of, in the River of Flame, you know, there's a bunch of ways to get stuck walking around things. But since there's ultra high visibility there, it's not really the same kind of dangerous as it is like walking through a wall in the tomb when you can't see what's going on, say. Explosions. Our build is so mana hungry, like most builds are, honestly. But, you know, we'll have a way to get around that when we get a bunch of runes. And until then, we're just going to have to deal. Alright, rare runes that we need. I don't actually remember Insight off the top of my head, which is embarrassing. No one asked me to recite it, though. I don't know all the rune words off the top of my head. I used to. I used to basically know all of the things that there were to know about this game as far as I was concerned. That is no longer the case. Now I just, like, I can remember them suddenly as I walk into a place. You know, I can't, like, I don't have the immediate recall of a true expert anymore. I'm just like, wait, oh, right, now I remember. But it's not good enough. You know, that's not going to impress the tortured souls here sitting in their little buckets. And more explosions. I love the Skelemancer. It is the best of the Mancers. And this mob roll for this place, look, it's, like, what's the other one? It would be worse. The little caster boys. Well, we'll see them in the next one. Certainly, they're always there. And probably Gloams, but maybe not. We dodged them all the way through Act 3, but I think there's just a couple of places where they can appear inside of, you know, shorter areas. And then, you know, we dodged them in the mandatory ones. But we need to get a better weapon for the mercenary. The mercenary actually, so they get like quite interesting modifiers to identify this grand real quick. 11 life, I'm carrying it. Look, that 11 life could be the difference between life and death. That's 3% of my HP, and I'm carrying it. Look, normally I'm more stingy about my inventory space, but on hardcore, no. Like, if it gives you life, you carry it. I'll go down to a very small inventory, especially early game, when you don't have so many of your tools, you know. When your resists are low, you gotta rely on, you know, your daring do and know-how to run away from the enemy while you bravely summon skeletons on top of them. Although 3 grands is pretty rough. One of them is what? Fast hit recovery? Yeah. And I mean, we're probably going to keep wearing that for a bit too. I need to check the break points real quick. I mean, if we don't carry it, that one's going in. You know, they're both... all these charms are going in the stash for the future. That hit recovery, like that's real good on a newer character before you can find it anywhere else. Our skeleton mages are doing nothing and having such a good time doing it. I mean, they're trying their best, right? It's just, look, I like them. I'm just going to diss them all the time. And there's our stairs. Now, lots of times as soon as you get in this door, you got to bail, but we got lucky there. All right, at least flesh spawners. This is, you know, this is exactly what you want to see, is these guys, because they're not a problem. And then more Venom Lords. Alright. Pretty normal roll on those guys. Garbage. The Pandemonium Fortress, indeed. Alright, time to hit up my girl Jamela, who has all of what you need. You can put Mephi's Soulstone in your stash. It just moves to the proper space whenever you need it to. Do we gamble some boots? Because these aren't very good, and if we get some rares, it's probably going to be very desirable. Yeah. I mean, that's fine. It's actually totally okay, right? We get the run walk. Dex is irrelevant largely, but the lightning resist is totally not irrelevant, taking us up to a nice 40 on our run around through basically mostly charms, but you know we also get a little bit from gear, but mostly charms. But this is actually, in my opinion, a totally respectable resistable. I mean, the fire is low, but just like having any resist at all in normal, you need to get them for Nightmare and Hell for sure. But having any at all in normal, like, it's very handy. You don't want to just be the victim of circumstance. The helm, I think we'll probably just put it in. We might already have like a decent 2-socket thing there. All right, there's the thing. All right, and just in time, we get a bunch of foes. Izzy shows up, and we find our lightning dudes. However, now that I have very respectable lightning resist, like 40 so much compared to 0, right? And that was a big group of annoying folk on top of all the other things going on. But now it's time for that Iswal beatdown that we all know and love. And between the Clay Golem, because if you Clay Golem to Cripify, he hits really slow. But do we just Maiden him? I don't think he even hits often enough for that to matter. We'll just amp it. Izzy has, like, all the HP in the world, but, Here we see a Fire Mage and how little damage they truly do, right? Just very, very small. And now we'll get an even better surround on him. An even better surround on him. There we go, guys. As we stab as well. Izzy's got so much HP, right? Just so much HP. But he's not that dangerous as such, although he is, like, cold enchanted. And the thing about cold enchanted mobs is, due to the way that your mercenary is actually most of the damage that you do, or rather, he's not cold enchanted properly, but he does have cold enchanted aspects. Alright, do we take the bone shield over this? I mean, potentially it could be better than that. If it had mega high resist or something. Tyrael was a fool to have trusted me. Hello, Limtrix. How are you? We didn't ID him. We didn't ID him. Yes, the hero of cheese, they'll call you. Oh, we got 2 levels to distribute. That's good. Here we're at 24. Oh, it's just from the Izzy quest. Okay, yeah. I'm like, we did the decrypt there. To get life tap, I don't think life tap's fine. Like, they heal 50% of the damage they do. I don't think like it's that important to get to it. Low resist is not important to get to. Life tap can situationally be fine. Like, maybe there's a circumstance where you really don't want your merc to die, but most of the time you can just leave, right? We take skellies, of course. We take skellies. Getting more skeletons that are also stronger skeletons is the whole of the ambition, right? Burning souls are super annoying. So what we're doing here is running interference, you know, for our friends. This is a very bad place to be. So the thing about burning souls is they don't have enough HP to explode. It's a mess. If I didn't have decent resist, I might actually just like re-roll this room and try to get one that didn't have Venom Lords too. We're just bouncing out to heal here. Absolute insanity. And that shield, I mean, if the lightning resist and the poison resist were swapped, I would consider trading out what we have for it, but anyway, that is a super sketchy room. We don't need to go right back to it, right? We should go and get our guys together again. And the time-honored tradition of going somewhere easier in the game to make things work. And just like that, we're ready to go again. Alright. Into the fire? No, not into the fire. We need to... yeah. They're mostly weakened in this circle, so we know we can start popping them pretty efficiently there, and we do. Again, you don't want to walk into that many Burning Souls on hardcore if you don't have lightning resist. You don't really want to do it anyway. But they're not... their lethality really, really ramps up in the higher levels. Like, if you don't have, like, pretty much max lightning resist in hell, which is super hard to do, those things will light you up. They are some of the scariest enemies in the game, for sure. The lightning bolts pierce, which is a problem too, right? Because it's not even just... normally you can use your guys... oh yeah, you're supposed to bring like the best gem you have there because it upgrades it a level, but I didn't read the shrine. You're supposed to bring... you know, the pain behind your crew, but those bolts go through, they hit everybody, including you. So, like, you know, like right here on the approach, you know, they're just doing fire support, and you can get them distracted to shoot at you, but now they're shooting at you. Not great, you know. You got a little pillar play. And Skelemages are, again, they do not ever do damage. They never will. I don't know if anyone's ever made like a fan mod to make them decent, but they never have been good, and they never will be. However, they do have bodies, and that will distract the foe. All the more important when it's like Burning Souls, right? So this is actually one of my favorite Skeleton Mage applications. Because they're ranged, they won't clump with the other guys, and that means whatever souls are shooting them, those rays aren't going to be running into everybody else. So it's a way to use them as a way to sort of like soak away AoE damage, potentially. You know, if there's a firewall on them, it's not on everybody else, that kind of thing. And for 1 point, you know, you can get 1, and then your skills, it's not that hard to get a few plus to skills pretty early. And then you have 3, and that's 3 bodies that you only spent 1 point for, and that, I think, is worth. Even if they never do any damage, and never will. City of the Damned. We got Stygian Dogs here, which is a good mob to get. You know, you're usually going to see one, but hey, and Corpse Eaters, very good, very good. And Stranglers, so the little magic dudes. So this is a very good City of the Damned. We'll probably clear the whole thing before we go down to River of Flame. When you have a good low lethality level like this, area, I should say, not level, you know, it can be nice to pursue it. We're going to grab this Volge because maybe it could have big mods. I mean, maybe. Oh. And damned. Alright, so there's the final part of the roll. These guys are... They're more dangerous than the other mobs. They aren't what I would call incredibly dangerous, not on this difficulty. They shoot that lightning breath, which can do decent damage, but they don't choose to spam it from far away. Your real danger with those guys is just, you know, like everything else. If you don't have the resists and you get sort of set upon by them, they're a little annoying because they can project power at range. But they don't do it in nearly as problematic of a way as the Gloam do. Gloam being the lightning bugs. I think the earliest ones you meet are called Gloams, and if not, then the ones I know best are called Gloams, because that's just sort of what I call the mob. Or I call them that for no reason that's good at all, which is possible. We should not discount that. This is a nice little bridge. You don't see one of those every day. So on this pace, we got to figure that we're going to be trying for 30 before Ancients, maybe. I mean, what we'll try is Ancients first anyway. They don't have the scratch to just pop me, right? Like, not out of absolutely nowhere. We have 300 life already. We'll be okay. And we might be able to do it with, like, some Maiden and stuff. You know, you pop 1 or 2 of them, and then the Maiden Golem gets it all done. But otherwise, we'll just go to 30 for some revives. I'm hopeful that we'll be able to crack Diablo without too much of a problem. And we might just make, like, or try to find, but make, like, a big fire resist helm or something to just give ourselves a bunch of cushion when we're there. But Diablo is frustrating to kill as a Skelemancer, but not what I would call hyper dangerous. We've got enough run walk to get away. Like, you got to be about this fast. 40 is a good number. Are we at 55? We're at 35. Yeah. It's very solid for Diablo. You can get away from the lightning breath on time. course, there's a bunch of unavoidable fire damage in the form of the Novas. I don't think you can dodge the Nova. Maybe you can stand in the little gaps. I've never done it on purpose, so... But what we're going to do is continue living our dreams. Dodge, dodge, dodge. We are so graceful. Karate explosion. Just 2 bars out of the next level. Of course, here we're looking for stairs, not for stairs on the side to go down, but stairs that go downward, inward into the River of Flames. So they won't necessarily be on the wall and often aren't. But, you know, we're just trying to pop some mobs, get some XP, although it's not amazing XP here. You know, it's still okay. Yeah, not that big of damage, or not that big of experience at all. But that is alright. It's always funny when they give you, like, a zone like this, and you don't get, like, the really dangerous mob in it, so instead it ends up being sort of cakewalky. You're just like, oh yeah, I guess this is supposed to be a harder place than the one before. Another big old bridge. Very nice. Very fancy. Love to see a couple bridges here. You know... I mean, like, we definitely missed it one way or the other. It'll be this way or it won't. Those are the 2 options. Looks like it won't. Sketchy. It's not too bad. We can get out right there. There we go. Ran out of stamina at the same time. Not ideal. But the dogs and the hags and the tormented all explodorate. And we are going to go and keep on burninating the countryside. It's going to be fine. Kick the trapped soul. We're letting them out. It's not mean. They don't have pottery here. They didn't research like the clay firing techniques. So, you know, you got to make do with kicking a trapped soul for your urn smashing needs. Let's just get this stuff ID'd real quick. I hate to have a charm and not ID it. Like, what if it's like 3% magic find or something? Fire resist 4? 30 magic find amulet. Well, I want to wear it. Yeah. Oh, that's not the right one. I love Magic Find. However, is it really wise to lose resists here? It isn't. But then what are all these charms for, you know? It's so hard when you know what the right choice is, and it's not to wear a Magic Find charm. And see, the thing is 8%, as you'll hear me talk about all the time in games, like, you have to remember what a stat does to see how good a stat is. 8% is not 8%. 8% is the difference between 32% and 40% for lightning resist, right? So that's your mindset that you have to have. What that item is doing is reducing not 8% of the total damage that you're taking, but a bigger percentage of the possible damage to reduce. So that 8% is worth more the more you have. If we're at, so the best example, I always use 90 as the example. If you're at 90 and you can go to 98, that 8% reduction has reduced the damage you take by 80%. And that's just the way of it. There's probably a math word for it, but this is like the important thing to think about when it comes to resistances in video games and armor reduction, depending on how it works. Because even if it looks like, you know, here's a point, what does the point do? The opposite is true of like critical hit rating, right? Because like often the 1% up at the top, you know, there's like, how much are you getting for it? But if you could get, you know, the first 8 resistance points, it's a lot easier to trade them for Magic Find. I'm just greedy. And we're in zones where I personally don't feel like my character needs resist that much, although they do. Abyss Knight roll, not too bad, although they're ranged. And worms. If we can just dodge, like, Venom Lords, then really just a comfy little, thing. Can I turn the sounds down anymore, or is this really what 1 is? We'll make it a 1. The more skeletons you get, the more skeletons are being hit and hitting things at any given time, which makes the sounds oppressive. Hey, and we got Maw Fiends as well. This is a very, very easy River of Flame. A tremendously easy one. Maybe we'll get, like, grubs, too. Because the thing about Abyss Knights is they're not pushovers, but they are ranged, which means they're going to behave, and they don't pierce. So they're going to behave in ways that allow us to play our game the way we want to play it. And they're unlikely to close the distance, even if they get like an extra fast pack or something, in a way that causes me to get nervous. But depending on hardcore, so like if you're trying to like fight Baal and you see a Durance that's got, you know, lightning, not Durance, but Worldstone, that's got the lightning gloams, you just bounce, right? In normal, it's less important to curate the mob rolls you get, but in higher difficulties, one of the things that you do is I identify how lethal it'll be to walk through a door, and if it'll kill you, you just go to a different world, right? There's no reason to stay here. Hey, and we do indeed get grubs. The easiest roll. It's called Small Grumble the Dead. Sharp Grumble the Dead. Oh, that makes more sense. Because the merc is who does the real damage in the force. Like, all the skeletons together might do as much as the merc. Oh, yeah. Like, look at them trying to hit him. There we go. They got high defense. Alright, we got a level. Our skeletons are so strong. One socket. Come on now. Yeah, but Abyss Knights, they're like skeleton mages if they were tougher and hit a little harder, but fundamentally they don't, like, their magic attacks do not inspire fear in me. Now later on you can get them to get like weird curses and stuff, and that's bad, but Hellforge? Probably. I would assume the waypoint is right up that way. It feels like we've been here long enough. The waypoint in River of Flame is always in the midpoint, always past the Hellforge spur, and then you just move upwards towards the cathedral. Hey, awesome guy. Get good. Indeed. You know, playing with permadeath on doesn't help you get good, but it helps you tell yourself to do it once you die. And of course, unlike hardcore Minecraft, there's not a button you can hit to hang out in your world again anyway, you know. Your character stays on the screen. That tells you that you can't use it, but... You know, do not pass go, do not collect $200. You don't get your stuff back or anything. Although, like, if you die in a world with other people, they can take your stuff. But that's the thing about playing solo hardcore is, you know, you don't have that security. Playing hardcore with a bunch of friends is a whole different proposition. Not only because, you know, everything's safer in a pack, but also because, like, a Skelemancer doing these curses whenever you have, like, other people with you. Now they, you know, a barbarian who's got a necro friend. Maybe that's why my friend liked barbarian, is because I was there playing necromancer. So he got to, you know, not worry about getting hit. Say, if they like you. Yes, this is like Steel Soul. It is it's a hardcore run, and if we ever die, we lose everything. Well, there's a shared stash for all the hardcore characters. We don't lose that, but we lose all the stuff in our inventory, everything we're wearing, and so on. But a thing that so, you know, it's sort of like a super long roguelike if you play it that way, where it's like, okay, I died and I lost everything except all the stuff we put into the chest, and then I can give that to a new character to make their life easier and stuff. Oh, yeah, obviously if you die in hardcore and your friend takes your stuff and doesn't give it back, but that's not really a good friend. Or a friend at all. Yeah, no one... No, I can't imagine. Like, I have... There's a world where I play with... On my friend... On... A world I play on with my friends. A realm thing. I don't play on it very much in Minecraft, but we're, like... I haven't really, like, played at the same time as them with them, you know. Like, we were in different places doing our thing. But I, you know... I can't imagine one of them would rob me. I mean, like... If they needed some stuff, they would just ask and I would give it to them. But in my hardcore world, I have so many diamonds. I don't know how many. It's a lot, though. You know, you don't need them anymore. I mean, it's not like a ton, but, you know, more than 100, surely. I mean, I've put them into blocks and used them for decoration. Hellforge Hammer! Give me something good. So we smash Mephisto Soulstone, which gives us an Ort rune. Marvelous! Now, the runes that you get here can only range up to Hell, which is a level, like, 33 rune that reduces requirements. But Ort is good because it gives you lightning resist if you socket it into a helm, and it's also used in like a helm rune word. That's pretty good. How do you spell lore? Ort soul. That's right. Yeah. Well, soul we don't have yet, but if we get one, then we'll be able to make it. I'm like, yeah, 29. That sounds right. So like these rune words, they're a source of tremendous power. Like this one here, stealth, which you can get at level 17. Lets you run faster, cast faster, you know, jump higher. It's very, very good, and you can, you know, but you're not going to get those runes till level 17, maybe, but maybe several levels later. But, you know, if you have this stash here, you know, with your stuff, your new character can get all of these good gems right when it matters to them, you know. Oh, level 18, we're gonna throw this, you know, emerald, you know, into a shield, and now we're poison resistant, or whatever. A terrible example, because you would never do that. No one would ever socket for poison resistance. I mean, maybe it would. It doesn't matter. Yeah, Tyrael. This is Tyrael. He is indeed an angel. He is like... Tyrael is the great friend of humanity. The angels in Diablo, well, they're not all good, okay? They are not all good. And there's this thing where they once considered sort of offing all the people because they were corruptible, you know, real hardcore stuff. And Tyrael was the one who stepped in for us. And he gets cast out. You know, like, he sacrifices a lot for people to try to defend us from the war in heaven. And like, you know, he's beloved by humans, but often, you know, maligned by both the demons and the angels side in the war. Because the angels are like, why do you even care about these dumb humans? And Tyrael's like, because it's the right thing to do. Yeah, a little. It's a funny phrasing thing. There's it was a animated TV show called Archer. It was a pretty big deal. You might have heard of it, but they had a running joke in there where someone would say something, you know, that was maybe a little spicy, you know, a little innuendo, you know, the way that they said it was a little askance, and then they would go phrasing, you know, to be like, you told a joke, but I'm not gonna, you know, not gonna do anything but notice it at you, you know, that kind of thing. Do we get this pike? Yeah. So this gives like a percentage-based thing to demons and undead. We do lose the life leech, but I think doubling damage... Yeah, doubling damage is better. That's what I think. You know, I almost want to put... We'll put that in there, and then we can use it on the barbarian someday that I'll never make. Bye, awesome guy. Thanks for stopping in. It's good to see you. Bardiche, more like garbage. Yes. Like character level based life. We're just looking for these maybe for the guy. The guy, our friend. Ooh, that. Fast hit recovery and fire resist, but 30 light resist is a lot of light resist, and that could be good for him. But no, let's think, right? So what would lightning resist do for him in the coming thing? I don't think even 90 lightning resist will save you from Diablo's lightning breath. When he lightning breaths you, you're going to get killed, right? So unless there's like gloams, which I don't think we're going to have to be worried about, yeah, I don't think it's too important to get it. Maybe we should have bought it for the future, but then, you know, in Act 5, there's not that much density of lightning enchanted problems. And River of Flame waypoint. Speaking of angels, here's one. Now, Hadriel, hero into Terror's lair. Hadriel's a good one. Most of the angels aren't like super rotten. They're just like jerks. Some of them are very, very bad indeed. But of course, that's sort of like, you know, part and parcel of angel stories is you gotta have one bad one. Or several. You know, Paradise Lost and all that. We continue on through the easiest River of Flame. Now, this is sort of an annoying spawn with these ranged dudes just because, you know, they can actually get work done across the way. But they don't do that much damage. Not really. My phone is ringing. Excuse me. They didn't talk fast enough. I give one hello and then, I don't know, 300, 350 milliseconds, and then it's over, baby blue. Like, you called me, you better be ready to speak. I do have all day, but it's not for you. My day is packed with plans for me. I was like, I don't love the corner we're in. We got out of it, though. Like, walking in like that, there was just a little dude following us, too, and I clocked that, and, you know, there's a lot of elements to make it not that dangerous. It was just a poor choice. But if you do that, and it is dangerous, the thing to do is bounce immediately to Town Portal, just get out, and then, and only then, you go backward to the waypoint and walk in. You don't go back into a compressed area like that. You'll sometimes see me say, oh, this is sketchy, Town Portal, and then go right back in. What I mean by that is the position of my summons isn't good. But if you're, like, in a corner, that's not going to help you over much. Because you don't know exactly what will happen when you come in. But you can have an idea that it's going to involve being hit by your enemies. And we took the wrong path. So while it's always straightforward, you know, there are winding paths there. On a barbarian or a sorceress or anything with teleport, though, you can just go straight up through it. The warlock has the weapon toss, which is a delayed teleport. It's very good. It's not as good as teleport. There are no things as good as a teleport. I love sorceress anyway. And we're here. Alright, so Venom Lords and Abyss Knights. That's pretty standard. Sanctuary's dangerous place. That's a lot more fire resist, but then he's got... Alright, Grieveser. 70. Like, well, you know, we won't worry about it. It would be nice to get 60 to get a better belt slot thing, though. Do we push now for that? I'm like, no, not with me, with him. 1776, that's got to be a better split. Well, no, because we can put stuff in that, and we probably should. Like, do we give him a knockback? Yeah. And then what? Not the route of the Ort. We could give him like an F. Lower target defense, sure. Nefeth. It's possible there's like a 3-socket rune word I could have made there that would have been good, but it's fine. Of course, this is going to make him shatter some bodies because of the cold damage, but I think overall it'll be worth the knockback, the lower target defense. I think all of that will be nice, and it's not going to be wasteful. The damage on the pike was pretty high, so we're just going to do that. It sucks to spend a couple runes, but if you don't power up, then it's your own fault, right? I always want to hold on to everything, but you cannot take it with you. Or is this Fire Shrine? We are going to hold on to that. We are going to run all the way up here. This is so sketchy. But we got the movement going. All right. What we do here, right? So I knew all my summons were weakened, and we didn't want to have to pop them and like go get more. This is also going to reorganize. So a lot of our summons were trickled around, right? Up there at the top, and this is going to allow us to get all of the bodies of the enemy in one area, and then, you know, separate a few of the ones off from before that were causing issues. And that's exactly what we do. Rare plate mail, how fun. Of course, we'll likely just put it on our mercenary, but that is just fine. Doom Knights cast, or Oblivion Knights cast Scripify, which is incredibly annoying, but yeah, we got a pretty dangerous one here. Venom Lords are real strong guys, and it's super annoying to deal with them. Let's just ID this armor right now, as it will probably be better than what he's wearing. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, maybe. Well, it's a huge amount more defense, right? Which for him... Yeah, I think this is fine. He gets even more hit recovery. The cold resist does not matter, but, you know, I think this is fine. Our cap is terrible. We need a different cap, but... And we could just socket some stuff into it. But anyway, now is the time to take off our Magic Find Amulet and put on our Survival Amulet. Because if I sunk the Ral into a helm, I could get 50 fire resist, but I don't need that. Well, 50 would put me at max. Maybe we'll be fine, right? If I die of fire damage, we'll look back on this and not laugh. We're clogged up there. We're just going to push forward. Same old strategy as always, right? Get somewhere, teleport in if it looks like it's necessary. Here, these Doom Knights will fall in a row. They've got big HP pools, which means, of course, big corpse explosion responses. We're running away from that Bone Spirit. Man, it's a fast one, huh? Can't catch me. Reorganize. Whenever it's falling like that and your skeletons are alive, you gotta figure that they're almost all popped. Man, our helm is so crummy, though. Just give me something. I guess we could just gamble one. On the grounds that it will be better. Shadow Discipline? What? Alright, I guess we'll put it in the box, and if we ever run a assassin, I gotta confess I didn't know that was there. Maybe that's one of those new things, right? I didn't think you could get assassin skills on a level 15 hat. It's got 2 sockets. Like, we don't want a full helm here because that's expensive. The lower quality armors are like significantly cheaper to gamble up. Now here we go. Get it again. I actually paid for it, but we don't want to run through all of our cash because we're going to need to be able to resurrect our merc. If you ever get to a place where you can't resurrect your merc, it's kind of like a game over. It's not actually one, because you can go back to like normal Act 1 and get stuff. But, you know. Excuse me. Whatever, I'm not answering my phone anymore. I only do it as a matter of course, because theoretically it could be important, but everyone who knows me knows you cannot contact me with my phone. So it's almost always a stranger. I hate phones. The world would be a better place without them. Unless, like, you're watching on a phone, in which case, good phone. Great. Good job. Alright. Curse plus poison. Okay. Curse wore off. Poison. Very long lasting. Relatively weak, but of course it stops your summons from getting their hit points back a little bit, so that's not ideal. And we don't want to use too many bodies here because we, you know, we want to have the bodies for the Diablo fight. I mean, we can just bounce out otherwise, but it's still nice to be able to, like, get them in the zone. They don't stick on the ground forever, of course, so you gotta get in while it's good. There are minions. Okay, there he is. Singrin the Shade. Decrypify is so decrypifying. Grand Vizier falls, drops, you know, stuff technically. But Venom Lords are like the worst because they'll burn down like your whole crew. We need to bounce out of here because everybody's weak. You know, they don't give you any tools for healing your guys. Not really. I mean, you got life tap, but it doesn't work. Get old Desace out. Hey, we got an F rune. Good. You can't catch me. There we go. My dude is super strong now. And here we're just trying to run. Do those things get faster the faster you are? I'm just gonna go ahead and heal up real quick. Fuzzle, please go fight. The skeletons will get stuck in, but he like wants to stay by your side more, which, you know, can be pretty annoying. All right. Oh, we don't have any Scrolls of Town portal. That is a thing that is so important to notice before we did that, because you kind of might need one there. So we're going to look on the ground for one, and if we don't find it, we're going to have to run back. Pretty embarrassing, but not as embarrassing as dying, because you don't have a town portal in the Diablo fight when you desperately need one. All right, yep, looks like these items are already gone. Well, that stinks. But since we didn't run through and did kill the guys, you know, it won't be too tough to get back here. Pretty bad. One thing in Diablo 3 that I did like is they just let you portal the town, right? You didn't have to buy an item that could run out. It's fine. Who among us has not done this? Look, the thing is I very well could have died for that. Not even from Diablo, but from the dude who we were about to fight. They can sometimes like get you into a weird corner and you'll be in a bad spot. So, actually kind of chilling. You're supposed to be more disciplined about keeping track, you know, of your assets there. Like, not having town portals is as bad as not having potions. Well, now we won't have bodies here for sure. It's alright. The usual thing you do is just try to lean on Clay Golem Maiden, because your skeletons, as you'll see when we do the Diablo fight, they are going to melt, oh, like immediately. Alright. I'm going to wait for our stamina to get back. This pack is very dangerous. It's dangerous too because it spawns like over here. And they're the fire-breathing dudes, right? So... And they're always very fast. And because of the way that they are, right... They're fast and they're strong and they breathe fire, so they almost inevitably melt all of your dudes like that. And that's why I was saying without, like, we wouldn't have even died to Diablo, we would have died to them. They are one of the nastiest packs in the game. Anything that does AoE damage that's not capped at the amount of targets is very bad for the Skelemancer. There's not tons of stuff that does it, but everything that does can be the end of your whole time. But of course they don't heal, and of course I do. Alright, so we reposition again and heal up. This is a terrible, terrible pack. It's, well, you know, they're all supposed to be sketchy, and this guy's just the worst of all of them. But if we can split them out here, right, now we're not fighting them in a doorway. It's like, it looks like they were mostly dead before we did all that, but... Oh yeah, Diablo's here, by the way. Alright. Not even death can save you from me. Let's go. There's the lightning breath that melts all foes. And now it's just... It's time for Maiden Golem play. Run away, run away! Man, that is a lot of Novas in a row. Okay, let's go get our crew together again. You know, it's not going well, is it? This is the Diablo fight. It is incredibly sketchy. He absolutely destroys everyone you have constantly. And there aren't really tools to deal with it. Just, you know, the fact that you can come back repeatedly. But, you know, once upon a time, Diablo was the boss of the whole game. You know, so it makes sense that he would be a tough nut to crack. I don't have enough gold for that. Okay, let's go get some more. I'm like, that was a lot of fire resist. I want it. put it in the shared stash because I'm assuming that we're about to die. I mean, it doesn't necessarily make it so, but... You know, it's not a very good hat, but it can be worn at level 1, so we'll put it into the box. Alright, so let's go get some more dudes real quick. He's just gonna melt them, but what are you gonna do, right? Alright, once more into the breach. We've got 17 portals. Yeah, because you see the skeletons immediately perish. Just no time at all. Like, do we try to decrypt him? Maybe we try to decrypt him and keep Fuzzle alive? That seems like it could work. Nope, because... Alright, time to get... Like, we need more health potions in there. Alright, so... There's no point in the skellies. There may be no point in getting Fuzzle either. We might just want to just, like, thug it out with the golem. In which case, it really would have been good if I had a better shield with those resists on it. Alright. Decrypt is set up. Because if we can keep him on the golem and get the merc to hit him, that'll be good. So decrypt while the merc's alive. Already dead. Got it. Anyway, half HP. Maiden play is working. Just gotta keep our total up. You know, the fire resist really helps us here. And we need to go get more mana pots. Whoops. Yeah, the Fire Nova is only doing like 40 to me now from our resist, which is super, super excellent. The Lightning would definitely do more, but, you know, we just got to keep our wits. And he'll never hit us with it. And every time he melts a golem, we'll cast another golem. And there's our maiden, and there's another lightning breath. Yeah, there we go. A physical attack. It's only the physical attacks that hit him with the maiden, right? Yeah, there's 2 in a row. Give me another one. Run, run, run. Alright, we just need to get some more money for some more potions, and he is gonna be gone before we know it. It can be expensive to beat a boss. Hey, Thomas. We're beating Diablo. It's very classy. We are using the time-honored method of beating bosses in this game. It's called stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself. Where you at, buddy? Run away, run away. Come on, big guy. Where you at? There we go. Hit him. Yeah, there's a hit. Another hit. Come on, can we get 3? 4 in a row? 4 in a row. Amazing. Maiden back on him. 6 hits. Oh, we're on it now. All right. Now he's in lightning breath mode. Little cold hit. Hit him. Yeah, there we go. Cast another maiden. Beautiful. Beautiful. Oh, of all the wonderful creatures in the world, the brave clay golem is the bravest, most important. Maiden, golem, run, run. So yeah, two little frames of the lightning damage does 80 damage. Of course, 1 whole Nova does 40. We got decent resist here. The lightning breath will melt you, but not if you run. Come on, stop melting him, Diablo, and punch him in the face. Alright, we need to go to town real quick just to reorganize the belt. Yes, that, the Fire Nova is the unavoidable one. He's got, you know, several attacks. That Fire Nova, which you see kills the entire golem, and it'll kill, like, all your dudes too. That's a cold strike, and then Fire Nova, he's got a fire breath and a lightning breath, and the cold strike does, you know, so much damage that it one-shots them. And there's the fire. It's not a breath. He brings it up from the ground. I call it a breath because it breathes out in front of him, right? And there's the Fire Nova. And there's the lightning breath that melts everything it touches. But the next strike should kill him. The next physical strike he does to the golem. Actually got pretty low on HP there. Not good. I was looking at his HP bar. That's a dumb way to die. There we go. He runs on all fours, yeah. Getting a bunch of crummy little items, but hey, maybe they'll ID into something decent. But hey, they can't all be uniques. They can't all be winners. There we go. Awesome. You know, Diablo's a tense fight. This is normal. Well, they did get us a lot of money, and that is very good. We're about to be little brokes, but time to move on to Haragoth. It's never heard not that bad. By the time you get to Nightmare, you get into a level bracket where you can start getting some really excellent gear, and one of those things is a rune word for polearms that gives them a meditation aura, which essentially gives you infinite mana. It like triples or quadruples your effective mana regen, you know, so it just you cast and it goes up. It's like you're drinking a little potion all the time. And so when you have that, you know, you can be more aggressive with your mana usage and stuff. But Nightmare in general, I would say, is that bad. It's Hell that's bad because for skeletons, you get 20 points in Raised Skeleton and 20 points in Skeleton Mastery. And then you don't spend that many points in Summon Resist, but those are all the points that you spend to get your skeletons better. So by level 40, 45, 48, your skeletons are max. That's as good as they'll ever be. And that's like the level you'll be at the beginning or kind of early in Nightmare, depending on how you play. So they're really strong there. But, you know, you move forward, and now they're as strong in Hell as they were in Nightmare. They're as strong at the end of Hell as they were at the beginning of Nightmare. You see what I'm saying? It's pretty sketchy. So you got to find ways to multiply your force in other manners. You eventually get a thing called Revive, which is super good down here. And you can get multiple of them, and you bring monsters back to life, like off of the ground, like the Warlock does. But instead of binding them, you just reanimate them. It only lasts for 3 minutes, so it's not like you can get, you know, find a super amazing one and bring them back, like, you know, and carry them around. There's no way to just hold on to them. Like, speaking of skeletons, I didn't summon any, did I? Like, Nightmare is a good step up, and Hell is... any class can do Nightmare by themselves, basically. With any build, by which I mean any real build, any build that people that play Diablo would call a real build, a character that's supposed to work, can beat Nightmare. Plenty of characters that are good characters that people love simply cannot beat Hell by themselves. They cannot do it. Every class can, but there's plenty of builds that don't have play against a lot of mobs. People like to play Blizzard Sorceress. It's a one-dimensional cold sorceress. There is so much stuff you can't kill. People like to play Fire Sorceress. There is so much stuff you can't kill. People like to play physical classes. If you don't have a magic attack, there's a ton of physical immunes in Hell. It's just, that's the way of it. Yeah. Hell is very lethal, and everything will be immune to at least one thing, and some things will be immune to like 2 or 3. So if you have your mercenary, okay, they're cold immune, you can have your merc hit them. But what if they're cold immune and physical immune? You gotta reset the game or not fight that person. The Countess who drops all the runes, she's like immune to, fire and cold, I think? So there's tons of people that just can't even kill her. Or you kill everybody else and you let your merc stab her. I would say Warlock can definitely do it. Although they might struggle with some parts. Warlock has a tree for pure magic damage. Or not a tree, but one of the things. It's got fire and then like pure magic. Pure magic's very rare. Ooh, got hit by a Nova. That's bad news. I should have been more careful about that. Very few things are entirely magic immune. Very few. So it would be fine against that. Fire immunity is the most common immunity, and their fastest and best killy tree. Like, my warlock is a fire, demonology warlock, and does not do well in hell. I rolled through Nightmare and didn't die a single time, and then which I did, like, the second half of, I think, really off stream, just playing, but on my warlock. And then in hell, there's so many fire immunes that, like, I couldn't do anything, but you could build for magic and definitely be able to do it. And you could probably just build for, like, super heavy demonology and be able to do it too. Although you'd still have trouble with physical immunes. Because, you can have magic damage on something, but most items don't do magic damage as such as their principal damage. It's like you can put gems or runes in to get, a few handfuls of elemental damage. But in general, especially like on your Merc, and that's the thing too, is those damage multipliers don't scale. So if it says 5 to 30 fire damage, that's 5 to 30. If it says 5 to 30 damage, that's going to get multiplied by every effect that multiplies damage. Because the damage is going to be, like, assigned to the weapon rather than assigned to the strike of the weapon. But no, Warlock's ability to bind incredibly cartoonishly powerful super uniques probably makes them the easiest to do a solo hardcore hell kill of Baal run through. Although I'm not positive about that since I haven't done it myself, but it's probably the easiest one. Like how you saw Diablo totally melt all my guys. The Warlock, it can get, like, incredibly high HP numbers on its summon, on its bound demons. It's not like Necromancer where it's the quality over quantity thing. Like, they can take an already high HP thing and then triple it or quadruple it. And you see how long it takes my guys to kill, like, one of these big bosses. Well, just imagine. Just imagine, 6 times that much hit points. And you can see if they're getting hurt and go back to town and heal them. So I think probably Warlock would be the very easiest. But I just wanted to play Necro because, well, I had just leveled a Warlock, and Necro's my favorite. Eighth skeleton. Nothing better than the 3rd level every time. You're like, wait, is it now? Yeah. But the thing about doing solo hell builds, so most builds that people make are what I would call targeted builds, right? You make a lightning javelins on because you want to run cows, right? You make, a meteor sorceress because you want to do magic find Mephisto runs. You make, a lightning sorceress because you want to run countess. So you'll make, like, a specific character and build that is not made for playing the whole game. Because with how synergies are, like, if you want to make a fire sorceress, you can spend, like, 80 points putting all your points. If you want to make a lightning sorceress, you can spend, like, 80 points in fire, making your skill stronger the whole time. But you don't have any play at all against fire immunes. Well, you just play in places that don't care about that. But that's... I guess there's an item that they just put in, which I don't have yet, called like the Sundering Charm, which you get in Hell after you've beat it. Then they have these terror levels, and then you can like get rid of immunities. But that just seems like a thing that, you know, obviously for doing a solo play, that wouldn't help you very much. But if you want to beat the game by yourself without help, the whole game, hell difficulty included, you absolutely gotta, you know, you have to make compromises with how powerful and fast your killing is going to be in order to stay alive long enough to do it. Because you can't, but like Sorceress, you have fire, ice, and lightning, but you can't really do a triple tree sword because it's too weak. And doing 2 is already kind of nerfing you. You hear me talk about my Meteor Orb Sorc. That's a Meteor and Frozen Orb Sorceress. Now, the thing about Frozen Orb is it's a cool ability. You know, you shoot out a little thing and it shoots out a bunch of frost bolts. You don't have to really aim it. It's on like a timer. You can't just like shoot out a million of them. You know, you got to hit one and then, you know, so on. But Orb has only one synergy and it's really bad. It's like 2% more damage per level. So you don't need it. Normally a synergy will be, you know, 5%, 10, 20% per level. Like, they'll be very good. 15. Like, if we look at our synergies here, like in Bone, you know, we can get 8% magic damage per level there. So the synergies that they're getting there for 2% is a quarter of that good. It's not a cooldown, it's an internal cooldown. You can't cast it until the previous one is gone. So it's got, you know, it's like 1.7 second duration, and then once that's done, you can shoot another one. So you can throw an orb, shoot some other skills in the middle, throw another orb, and so on. So my build, Meteor comes down from the sky, you throw orbs, you drop meteors on it. Orb doesn't get that much stronger since you put your 20 points in, and that's why, like, you're not sacrificing that much of Orb's power, and that just gives you play against fire immunes. Yeah. Meteors come down from the sky and hit, but you can cast a lot of them and they'll just keep on dropping the base. And so that's my go-to hybrid build. But the thing is cold fire immunes are the most common kind of dual immunes in Hell. So it's not even that good at dealing with problems itself. What it does is be able to kill a lot of stuff, and then the mercenary pops whatever else. And then, because my sorceresses are Magic Find characters, most characters eventually become Magic Find characters, because why are you playing the game once you beat it if you're not trying to get more cool stuff? Like, that's how they get you. That's the loop, is you get more items. So... You know, and Sorceress, when you Magic Find with the Sorceress, you don't fight Diablo. You know, you don't fight Baal, not typically. You go to Andariel or Mephisto, usually Mephisto. Because Mephisto, you can trap on the other side of the river, teleport across, and drop meteors on him, and he'll just die, and he can't hurt you. So it's an automatic kill. All you have to do is get there. Yeah. So he's locked, he can't see you to hit you, and then you just drop things down, he dies, you collect the loot, and move on. This is also why, like, bots for Mephisto were incredibly easy for them to program once upon a time. But if you're gonna fight, like, Diablo, people don't really Magic Find Diablo, not usually, for various reasons. I'm like, we should be selling this stuff. We shouldn't be. I'm like, I'm not so rich as all that. Mainly that it takes too long. And if you're going to be doing something that takes that long, you should probably do Baal instead, because you can get slightly better stuff beforehand. But because Baal has a minion wave in front of him, and Diablo has 3 big dangerous packs that you have to deal with before Diablo. Diablo himself is very dangerous. It's a rare class that stands up and like tanks his attacks in the face. You can do it, but you cannot do it without a ton of preparation. But, and in the broader multiplayer community, the other angle on, like, most classes aren't good at most things, most people, beyond, like, a character or two, do not play the game like I'm playing it here. And they never will choose to. They don't play by themselves, typically. Fine enough. They play in targeted rooms that spam things. So from level 1 to 9, you join a Tristram room. And you travel in a pack of 7 other guys, and maybe somebody is running you, and maybe they aren't. And you kill all the stuff there, and then you remake the room. And you just do that for a while and level up. And then you go to Act 2, you get rushed. You get one of your friends with a sorceress to teleport through, get you all the items in just a few minutes, and that's what you do for all of it. So, like, when my friend wanted to play, you know, his new paladin or whatever, he just gets me to jump on my sorceress and beat the game for him with teleporting a few times. He just stands in town until I'm ready for him to come in and get the boss kill. And then he, you know, we level him up through running these runs, and then he puts on all the gear that he already has, and now he's playing what he wants to do. So the fact that these builds are bad at playing the game is not relevant for the way that people play the game. Yeah, it's called rushing, and it is the typical way to level. I mean, plenty of people don't rush, but it is... It is just what it is, right? The fact is that it takes dozens of hours to get, you know, a max level character by yourself playing through the game, and you might be, you know, doing stuff you don't want to do. A lot of people really hate Act 3. Like, they hate it so much, and I get it. I like it because it's bad. And it hurts my heart. No, it's not bad. It's terrible. Everything there is so weird, and it all hurts, and it's all mazy. It's just a totally wonderful jungle. And if I die in Act 3, that's alright with me. It isn't. But yeah, so like, when a ladder would reset, you know, a couple of people build characters that aren't sorceresses, like one guy, like enough to be able to actually beat the bosses for us. And then all of us are just running together with level 1 abilities because we need to, like, save them up for stuff. So we're totally useless. And then we're, like, beating the game so that eventually we'll be able to start getting good abilities so that we can then go magic find and give our other friends good items so that then we can rush them and play the builds we want to play. And it's stuff like that that makes me say that Diablo 2 is a good game ruined by the players. Because per ladder reset, me and my friends would basically only play the game as you're supposed to play it 0 times. From the beginning, everything that we were doing is just to not have to play it and to be able to go and get items again. Say second amazing games. Yeah, you know, even when I say to myself, just turn left, I'll often not just turn left. Diablo is a very mazy game, of course. Very, very mazy. I get so mad playing, like, Silksong, where I'll walk for, like, 4 seconds, and then I'm like, wait, I don't remember where I'm supposed to go. A Thorun? Good. Thorun is like a cold resist, cold damage, charm rune. However, we need it for like a rune word or 4, so it's just nice to find one. These are totally optional. Every red portal in this act is optional because it's like a, it sends you back to an Act 4 styling place. Typically going in isn't a great idea because you get these very dangerous enemies and the loot's not very good, but hey, Bloodlords are super good. They're Minotaurs with Frenzy, the dual wield. They hit really hard when you allow them to. However, one of the great things about Skelemancers is that, enemies take, impact hit recovery damage. So even if you're just hitting them for a little bit of damage, once you surround a guy, he might not be able to even get the animation off to swing. Frenzy swings and then swings faster the more you hit, so interrupting their swings is very good. I'm like, where is Fuzzle? Oh, he's all the way over there. I'm like, he should be over here helping. He isn't. Here we pop in there just because I'd identified that my summons were in a terrible, terrible spot. Again, you say they're awesome versus bosses. Decrepit Gold makes them so slow. That is good. The thing is where's the damage coming from? Because my problem with bosses is they always kill the merc. So I need to Iron Maiden golem them down. Because, how can you keep a merc alive against Diablo? Just please tell me. How can you keep skeletons alive against him? Yeah, he'd attack slow, but I don't have any damage, and I don't believe in splashing for bone spells in a summoner. I don't think they get good enough. I mean, I guess you could. But eventually, when your merc gets really, really beefy and you can get, overcap stuff and absorb... you can get, a Duriel shell and all that, then sometimes they can stand up a little longer. But I just like the ability to keep on throwing down Clay Golems and an Iron Maiden, because even Mephisto does a physical attack every now and then. And, I mean, I think usually they'd be able to kill about, 400 or 500 skeletons, but... yeah, until you get a merc that won't die, man, it's because when I walked into Diablo, and I mean, sure, you could theoretically take a few more points into summon resist, but it's just not enough juice for the squeeze, right? It's you hit those diminishing returns pretty quick. When we just fought him, he did a Nova, and I think it killed all the skeletons. Just pop. And, at a certain point, do you really want to bother going to get him again? Alright. We're obviously keeping our little charms of happiness. A poison resist charm? Nah. I mean, we'll put it in here. No, irrelevant. But no, Decrepify is so good, and Clay Golem's so good, but and then there's I've gotten before the unique Trident, which slows monsters as well. Man, I tell you, they just crawl. Of course, then it keeps them from doing good damage, which is too bad. Is this a solo self-found pay-per-view? Yep, we're doing a solo self-found hardcore. Not least because I don't have any other... I mean, the ladder just started, so it's not like I have any other stuff to give to the Necro. But, yeah. After this, when we die, not if, when, we'll probably just do, self-found for the other characters to avail ourselves of the cool stuff in the box. Or if it's not that good, we'll just make another summon Necro and keep the cool stuff in the box for somebody else. Think you're doing a bar playthrough? Man, I don't have the courage to play almost any class solo self-found. Least of all, like, a melee class. I don't know. I've played a ton of Diablo 2, but my confidence... I feel like all players, right? Like, we just have the builds and the classes we gravitate to, Skelemancer is both a thing that I love deeply. Like, I love summoners. They're my jam. And, obviously very good for playing hardcore. On non-hardcore, I mean, sure, solo self-found is fun for anyone, because dying, you'll just get over it. But, like, when I play a hardcore character, I want to at least have a chance at not losing. Self-found, Thomas, means only the items that character... self-found is items you've picked up personally. Solo self-found is this character solo self-finding all of their own items. But self-found is just not trading anyone. Everything that you do is something that you've found across the realms. Which is not nearly as much of a challenge as solo self-found. It just depends, It can be nice, though, too, because otherwise... Look, if I was playing non-ladder, I have a bunch of forum gold. I have, like, 70 high runes worth of forum gold, right? Because I had, like, 6 high runes of forum gold 5 years ago, and I didn't play until this came out, and now all of my stuff is appreciated in value, and everything is cheaper. Inflation, or rather deflation in this specific case. The value of money went up. The opposite of inflation. There's a word for it. But oh no, you get mercs. So whenever you create a game, you could go and join somebody else's game. So what if I, said, okay, I have these runes, I have, I got a good rune, but I need this specific rune that's lower, I could try to trade somebody for it. Or I could get a good item and try to trade somebody for an item that I want. Now that's good, that's, the heart of multiplayer Diablo. But you can play it like single player. And that's what solo self-found and self-found are all about, is basically playing it as if you're on your own computer and other people aren't around. Or you can play in games with them, but you're not trying to take, free things from them or whatever. And solo would just be you're not playing in games with others, too. Because every class in the game, survivability goes up if you have another human. Just so much. Because, they can... It's hard for them to betray you. They can. Don't trust a necromancer. Necros have an ability, which I don't have yet, called Bone Wall. It's just what it sounds like. It's like a blocker. Drops it on the ground. But you can bone wall troll your friends and kill them. But it's one of those things that it's how you play your first character essentially, but if you have a lot of them, the amount of power a character can get from having access to wealth in Diablo is absolutely bonkers. Like a rich level 9 character could beat me and all of the stuff that I have here in a duel without a problem, right? They've got more HP than me. They're built for damage. They're fast. It is crazy what a really, really great character can do in this game. let alone like, because like like a Skelemancer isn't like that punchy of a thing anyway, but like a level 26 Necromancer that wanted to kill me could be built just disastrously more powerful than this already, because you would have Bone Spear and could probably like two-shot me. Necro can't use your player as a body. They could rob your body after you're dead. But they, it's a wall of bone that goes onto the battlefield, right? Like, you just stick it down and it jumps up. So, say they were right there. I'll wave my hand in front of the screen. Say there, you know, there's a bunch of enemies around them, and they need to get out. Or, like, exploding guys. And then you wall them in. They don't realize they're trying to run, and now they can't run, and now they die. In Diablo, you can die super quick, right? Just a second or less. And of course, the more you gear for survivability, the more you'll survive, but there's no character that can't just be smoked. Barbs are actually a very popular hardcore character, despite needing to be in melee. Barbarians get 4 HP for vitality. Every class, you get 4, 3, or 2 HP points per vitality, and Barb gets 4. Yes, Master Troll ability. And also, so if you're playing in a game with other Necros, and, like, there's an item on the ground, and it's, like, really good, and they see it, they can, like, bone wall it off and run over and grab it, and you're, like, stuck on the other side of the bone wall. Incredibly troll. I mean, if you can teleport, you can get it. The thing about playing Diablo with people is every item on the ground is fair game for everybody, and that's just, like, the law of the land. It doesn't matter if they can't wear it, and you would. None of that matters. Items don't bind to you, so no one cares about you. If it's your friends, they'll help you, but like playing with strangers is constantly stressful because yeah, there's a higher chance of items dropping and being, you know, what you want, but they will just take, if you're fighting Diablo with other people, they'll pick up everything. They won't even look at it, right? People will pick up stuff before they look at it, knowing that seeing what's on the ground, someone else is already going to grab it. It stinks. In Diablo 3, they fixed this by putting in personal loot, which was a great change, right? So now because like you play D2, every item can drop, and there's no higher chance of getting what you want. But in D3, the items drop for you personally. Other people can't pick them up. And while they could be for other classes, it's like a seeded chance to be higher. So it's a much lower chance to get hot garbage in that game. But, of course, it doesn't have the terrible charm of being this game. The unbearable magnetic principles that draw me to this and only this. Alright, this is sketchy. We should stop running now and port out. You don't want a bunch of Moonlords to be up in you, and our guys were too spread out. But the good thing about those exploding fellas is they actually leave a corpse after they explode, and they always explode intentionally. That's after they get the old whip of the Overlord's Lash. But because, like, in WoW, everybody can roll on items, you know, according to the settings of a thing. Because, like, WoW is what I played right after D2. But there is sort of an agreement that people should play as gentlemen, right? And if somebody's going to wear a thing, then you let them have it, and you don't just roll on it because you could use the money. You know, there's a button for greed and a button for need. But if something really good, because there's some stuff in WoW that's very valuable, even at low levels drops, people will often just try to take it anyway. You know, they'll roll on it, and then if the game gives it to them, they'll be like, yeah, sucks to suck, I got the money. That is called of course, ninja looting. There's Genshin from the play for a bit. Farm domain, and you could just troll by getting rid of the items. That is hysterical. Like force push it off into the. That's funny. But there's a lot of historical unhappiness about people's behavior with loots in WoW. It would be like, someone in your guild ninja looted, and then you gotta like do a full investigation and figure out like if your name's getting dragged through the mud and. Yes, personal. Anyway, that's fun. Yeah. Master Troll. But no, in Diablo you can kill other players, but they'll like you can. That's the thing too. So if you're in a hardcore world and it's open to the public, they can come in and declare against you, and then if they come out and find you, they can kill you and take your stuff and your ear. No, not your stuff. I don't think they can take your stuff. Yeah, you know, not like usually not a huge investigation, but it would be like a thing. Like I was an officer, and it goes, so you know, like you'd have to be like, all right, what's the alleged nature of this ninja looting? You know, what's the item involved? Who's the class that's accusing him of it? You know, what's the context going on here? You know, how much money are we talking about? Was this an item that this guy, you know, thought he deserved because it was, you know, rich? But, you know, because there's some stuff that's worth a lot of money and you could wear it, but people will roll on it and then they'll sell it. Your ear, oh, it's just a trophy. It was in Diablo 1 as well. It's a little ear that's a one slot in your inventory, and it has the player's name attached to it. So yeah, like a, you know, an ear instead of a scalp, you know. But yeah, just hardcore stuff. So you could go in and murk people, and then have a collection of the ears of your greatest kills, right? And I used to play PvP Diablo, not non-consensual PvP Diablo, but, you know, like, you would build worlds for it and stuff. The most fun, we would have Iron Man tournaments. So 8 people would load in fresh to a world together and play until you reach level 9, which is the first level that I think you can activate PvP on. And play together till you reach level 9, only getting what you found and like bought along the way, and then have like a tournament of champions, you know, to see who would win the PvP duel there at the end. And then of course, normally, like, you know, because it was like a community fun thing, so there you would all arrange to throw in prize money, right? So it'd be a fun thing to do with your friends and buddies, where, you know, a little pooled thing. So it'd be like, oh, you know, I'll throw in an ist, you know, we'll all have a party, and then whoever wins will get 10 ists or 8, you know. And then, you know, but you gotta write like the names, you know. And then, you know, you've got the ears for being the champion. And then, you know, and then you can annoy people with it. See, that's the thing. Because the ears, you could trade them, you can drop them on the ground. You could have your buddy be like, hey, I need that Talrash's, you know, orb that you got, can you hit me up? And you're like, yeah, you know, come to this world, you know, the password is poopy or whatever. And then they come there, and you trade them the ear at the same time, and then they're like, ah, you know, just fun stuff. You'd be like, hey, remember when I took this ear off of your cold body? You're a corpse. And you're like, yes, but can I have the Taurasha Oculus, please? But they were in Diablo 1 as well. And I think they say the player's level. So in hardcore, if you go ear hunting, like if you got like a level 91 ear, right? That means you ended somebody's hundreds of hours run. And you're bragging about it. But it was really, really easy to duplicate items in Diablo 1. You could just sort of like put an item on the ground and like walk over and do a drop. It was not complex to duplicate stuff, so I had a bunch of like level 99 ears whenever. Yeah, that's hardcore. The Iron Man tournaments that we would do would be in hardcore, just for the stakes, you know. But you don't have to do it in hardcore. Because the idea was, you know, that was the true champion, you know, and then they would try to, you know, continue on and see if they could, you know, beat the game. And then, as I've said, the vast majority of hardcore characters do not convert into a victory in hell. But it is about the joy of the journey and relentless stabbing of Thresh Socket. There we go. We get some stuff that's not very good. That's okay. Did we not get this? I mean, I guess strictly speaking, we don't have to have the waypoint, but man, it's so annoying not to get it. And Plateau, shouldn't we be finding barbs here? It's here, isn't it? Haven't seen a single one. Yeah. And two, because you can get to level 9 pretty quick. So it was just like a fun little, you know, fun little side thing to do. And then, of course, you know, there's like backstabbing and plotting. Because while there was a tournament, cheating in the tournament by attacking other people is permitted. The only thing you weren't allowed to do was run back to town. But the only rule once the tournament began was that you couldn't ever go to a safe place and you couldn't leave, you know, you couldn't leave a dangerous area. You had to stay in the zone. Because it would always start as like, I challenge you to a 1v1, you know, and people would pretend to respect it, and then the Amazon would, like, nuke you down. Like, you know, you've just got barely any hit points, you're trying to chug your potions, and then da-da-da-da-da. Good stuff. Amazon's about ranged. Yeah, principally I would call them a ranged character, although they do have like a melee choice called Jab, which is really just like, it's okay because it gives you play in specific contexts against things that are like lightning immune maybe. But yeah, Amazon has 3 trees. They are passive, which is, you know, they can make decoys, and they have a summon that's not very good called Valkyrie. It's awesome. It's not very good. And, you know, crit percentage, stuff like that. Run, walk, blah, blah, blah. Then they have a bow and crossbow tree and a javelin tree. The javelin tree is largely lightning elemental based. You throw a javelin and it splits into lightning bolts, and I love Javazon. I also love Boazon. Boazon, you can get like a multi-shot thing, you know, lots of shots across the screen. You can get fire and cold arrows. Those aren't very good. And then you have guided arrow, and then like you can get piercing things. My favorite weapon in the entire game is a crossbow, level 42 required, well, ballista properly. It is called the Bariza do Canyon, or which I think is like their styled way of like, if you're familiar with how like Japanese transliteration will work. You know, they'll just do like a sort of accented take on the English word. So Bariza is how they say blizzard, and Dokanyon is like cannon, basically. So it's blizzard cannon, Bariza Dokanyon. And the Burizon, it gives you like, it's got huge cold damage, and it has like 100% pierce on the Bariza. So you can shoot through any amount of enemies, so you can do a lot of funny work. Once upon a time, the Bariza, the guided arrow would pierce and then like turn around and pierce into the next thing. Very funny. But Amazon is one of my very favorite characters. In the first game, which I just played really like at a friend's house, and then I had like the demo of it, my favorite character was the Rogue, which show up in this game as the Act 1 mercenary that shoots the bows. And I love the Amazon as well. They had like, you know, warrior, wizard, and rogue in the first game, and the wizard was a dude, super lame. But here we get to the sorceress, vastly superior. Yeah, a homing piercing attack indeed. So you could stand like way far away and just chunk out these bolts, and they would go. And the Breeze had pretty high damage too. Really, really great weapon, and it's got level 42 requirement, so you can find it like all over the place in the game. Like you can just start finding it pretty early, like Act 2 Nightmare probably, maybe even a little earlier. So you have a lot of chances to get it. And because it's not rare, you know, it's not that desirable for other people. You know, if one of my friends found a Bariza, they wouldn't be like, oh, sweet, I got a Bariza. They would think, oh, I'll give it to him. He definitely wants one. But it shoots like kind of slow. Boazons are in a tricky spot. I have always liked them, though. I like archers. But in general, javelin zons were considered the superior one because the way that they could leverage lightning damage in mass groups of things, they're like they're the cow killer. My Javazon I built specifically to kill cows, and that's the only thing we ever used that javelins on for was cows. It's like I don't love how far ahead we're walking here. The ice monsters here don't leave bodies, which is super annoying, right? Oh, cows! There's a cow level. The joke is there is no cow level. It's what it said in the first game when you go into it. I can't show you right now because I can't access it till I beat the game. Cow demons, yes. They walk on their hind legs, and they carry big Bardiche pole arms. And there's a whole level that you access in Act 1. There's a character, the blacksmith's apprentice, called Wirt. He was in the first game, and he's on the ground dead in Tristram in Act 1. And he had a peg leg, and you pull the leg off of the body, and then you put it into a cube with a Tome of Town portal, and then it creates a portal to the cow level. There is no cow level. And then you go and fight the cows. The cows are very, very high density of units. So you'll fight, there's probably like 1,000 of them, right? And you just run around. There's not a lot of line of sight blocking terrain, so you can run around quite freely and put the hurt on. And then there's a cow king, and if you kill the king, then you can't make the cow level anymore in that difficulty. At least that's how it used to be. I don't know if they ever changed it. So, like, you would have a cow game when cows were good for experience, and people would be like, no king, and then sometimes people would kill your king, because if they had already killed their cow king, they wanted the drops from yours, right? And they didn't care that they would mess up the ability to make cows for everyone in the room. So you would have to be super careful to not lose your cow making ability to other people's greed if it had already happened to them. You know, just one of those fun things that people can do to mess you up. There's the frozen river thing. We're going there, not right now. Can you demon bind the cow king? I think so. I don't know. I hadn't tried. Probably. I think they're demons. So there's, if it's probably in really small letters. In the top, whenever we're on a character, an enemy there, it says demon here on there here. So it'll be there. Demon. If it doesn't say demon, you can't bind it with the warlock. So I don't actually remember if the Cow King's a demon. It's not the kind of thing that matters most of the time. But there's some items, like there's this thing called the Lay on Hands, where it's 350% physical damage that you do extra to demons. It's on these gloves. You can't wear them till like level 76 or something. But so for that, you know, if it's a demon, you're going to beat the brakes off of them. But if it's not a demon, you're going to do a quarter of the damage. But yeah, I would just have to see, because I don't recall, but I think they're demons. Why don't I just look it up? No, I don't think it's a demon. Okay, yeah. But yeah. There's one little fenced-in area in the cow level, because it doesn't have stuff. Like, there's a little bit of fences here and there, just like little lines, but there's no structure stuff. And there's one thing that looks like a fort, and that's where the Cow King is. So when you see the fort, you leave it, and you run away until you're ready to kill cows. And then, you can do Nightmare or Hell Cows as well. And if somebody ruins your cow-making ability in the earlier difficulties, you can still make, like, Nightmare Cows. But you can revive the cows because the Necromancer abilities don't need... Alright, please. Alright, so this is an example of an incredibly annoying spot. We're just going to back up a bit to get out of this doorway. Doorways are the worst, right? Because if only one... They can get at an angle where, like, 3 of your guys will hit, and then they can get one where nobody can hit. But you can, the Necromancer revive ability, which you get at level 30, you can revive anything not super unique. So you couldn't revive the Cow King, but you can revive the cows, and then you can run around with a big herd of cows in the cow level, hitting the other cows, which is a thing that you can do. Yep, lots of Yeti spawns. But these... Like everywhere in the game, the Skelemancer, if you get hit in a choke point, it's bad for you till you can generate a body or two, and then all falls down, right? And I got rid of my morning shift this morning, which I did just forget about for a brief moment, and I looked at the clock and I was like, oh my god, an hour? But I'm not late for work. I don't have to go to work for a while. Oh, when I sat down to play, I knew it. I just forgot. Look, hardcore Diablo is very tense. It's very tense. It might look like I'm just standing here, but I am looking at it the whole time. The stakes are high, okay? Hey, another Thol rune. Nice. How to get rid of my morning shift? Oh, someone wanted it. Because, like, while I really should go to work all the times that I'm scheduled, like, I'm paying my rent. I'm fine. Like, I'm not. And I could always stand to have more money. I do need a job. But lots of times when someone's like, hey, I'll work that morning for you, and I think about the fact that my money's all right now, and I think, okay, I'll just stay at home. You know, they need the more money more than I do, right? Let them go to work. Because, like, just having a night shift is a sweet little day. I mean, sure, you gotta go to work, but you're not dreading it all day. Not if you're playing video games. You barely remember you gotta go. Does it affect my paycheck? Yeah, absolutely. Sure it does. But, like, everything in life is... Alright, I'm going to look up the quote because I don't want to say it wrong. Because it's really beautiful. Yeah, here, by Henry David Thoreau. It goes like this. This is a quote from Walden. The cost of a thing is the amount of what I will call life, which is required to be exchanged for it, immediately or in the long run. So I need money, but I also need to mess around. And if the cost of me messing around is that amount of money, am I not willing to pay it? Because it goes both ways, right? Like, if I'm willing to take this amount of money for a job, I too am willing to not make that amount of money to not be at the job. Per that instance, I say I live in one of the lowest cost of living states in the nation. You know, we don't own our house; we rent. You know, I'm not. You know, my family's not well off or anything, right? We all work for a living. But no, I don't know. There's probably like maybe one or two states in the nation that are cheaper to live in. Maybe like 6, but not 10. Hey, Neo, how's it going? But I spent, you know, from my perspective too, like I spent a few years, you know, I was working overtime every week, you know, I was putting in the time, you know, doing all this stuff, and then, you know, now I'm just sort of, you know, taking a little bit of a rest. Yes, the Necromancer is named after Neo. I couldn't think of the name, and he's like, how about Neo? And I'm like, yeah, good name. Because I was like, let's start 40 mana, that's a bunch. However, do we want to trade 11 Magic Find for it? 40 mana is a lot. That's 40% more mana. Yeah, just for convenience we'll do it. But yeah, so like, I don't want to like do the huge rundown of my finances, but basically I just, you know, I live what I would call within my means. You know, plenty of people that I work with, you know, they go out to fast food places, or you know, they have all sorts of what I would call expensive habits. You know, and I don't have very many of those. I don't go out. You know, I spend $20 on gasoline a month, right? Because the only place I go is work. I go to work and then I come home, and the grocery store is on my way home. You know, that I don't buy clothes. You know, Every now and then I have to buy some new clothes to wear to work, but like I don't spend any money on that. Like there's so many things that people do buy that I don't. You know, my phone bill is $30 a month, and it looks like this when we open it. You know, I clearly haven't bought a new one in a while. But yeah. So like, and that's and those are the things that I remind myself of whenever I want to get rid of a shift. You know, like yeah, I'll have slightly less money, but think of all the stuff I don't spend money on. No, what's that for? That's so I can exchange that, like in the Thoreau quote, for what I call life. You know, you change your life for money, or you give up money to get your life, and that's you know, that's what I'm doing. But I'm not, you know, like I say all the time, I don't have a lot of money. I don't make a lot of money, but I do try to live wisely with what I have, and because of my living situation, it's easier than it is for a lot of people that I know or that I'm friends with or that work with, right? Because I don't have a wife or a girlfriend. I don't have children. So I don't have surprise demands on my time ever. Or on my money. There's never going to be a thing where someone's like, hey, I suddenly need $300. I'll be like, no, you know? But if you got like a kid, there's all sorts of things that can happen that can cost you tons of money. But because the only person I'm responsible for is me, it's a lot easier to be able to do the math and say, oh, well, you know, if I've got X and Y amounts of, you know, money in the bank, why don't I just take a few hours off here or there? Because all the stuff they tell you to do on TV, I already do that, you know. I drink coffee, but I make it at home. I haven't bought coffee at like a coffee shop or a Starbucks or whatever in, I think, 7 years. You know? So anytime I want to not go to work, I just think of all the McDonald's you didn't eat. Think of all the Subway sandwiches you didn't buy. And then I just don't work. It's like being brave and thrifty as an excuse to be lazy. Eisenhart? Yeah, not good, but be good for the box. Yeah, you know, I like this stuff, but a couple of years ago, I'm such an old man now. Oh my god! I walked in, and I looked up at the prices, and I said out loud, not like at them. I was like, I'm not gonna pay that. And then I just walked out, and I never went back. Because, like, whenever I see the prices at fast food, I'm like, this might fly in a different state. You know, at a place where the minimum wage is 3 times what it is here, and rent is 4 times what it is here, maybe I would pay $12 for a burger, but, like, get out. I ain't paying all that. But my idea of true luxury is standing in my kitchen with a big spoon and ice cream that I just took out of the freezer and just eating right out of the ice cream thing as much as I ever want. Because it's my ice cream and no one can tell me I have to use a bowl, which is wasteful anyway. You gotta wash a bowl if you use a bowl. Yeah. And I, of course, since I've never used a smartphone, I have, like, all of those years where I might have done it to make excuses. I'm like, well, if you think about it, all the money I have, I would have wasted on dumb stuff if I wasted it. So, it's free. Your expensive things for models and anything else. Yeah, I do collect Warhammer. Can't say play because I haven't played the game in a while, but I do have lots of Warhammer models. And I have my good computer. And I haven't bought Magic cards in like 2 years, but I used to play a bunch of Magic the Gathering, and I wasn't like, and an upper tier collector or whatever, but I would collect like full sets of some things or close to full sets of some stuff that I like. You know, I have a well organized Magic collection of some few thousand cards, right? I have like 32 commander decks that are put together, you know, that kind of thing. That's you know, and so I have a lot of money spent in the hobbies, but not so much recently. And my Warhammer stuff, I haven't really bought Warhammer stuff in a couple years either. Hobby stuff. Oh, cool. Yeah, I those could be so fun. I got a buddy that's super into them. I'm always like, why aren't you working? He's like, no, I gotta check this price. But, man, you know, the thing about Warhammer is, have you ever noticed that when you tell people how much it costs, they think you're lying? You know what I mean? Like, you say it's expensive, and then they say, oh, what's it go for? And then you tell them, and then they go, oh, come on, now, what's it really cost you? Scroll of Resist, which, being in the mid-50s resists for this part of normal, totally legit. Of course, we're going to lose 40 when we go to Nightmare, but this is going to keep us from being negative, so at least there's that. I'm like, oh, I want to buy a Baneblade, but it's a little pricey. And then they're like, well, what is it? You're like, I don't know, like 180, 200. They're like, what? Yeah, what? This is a 40 millimeter character, so it's 45. And I'm like, back in my day. No, I only started playing Warhammer 9 years ago. Yeah, about 9. Because, as you guys may recall from previous storytelling, you know, I used to drink a lot. And it's been, you know, 9 years, 2 months, 24 days, and this morning since all of that was going on. But whenever I gave it up, I suddenly had lots of time, needed to fill it with wholesome activities, you know, where I could be around my friends without, you know, destroying myself. And so I started playing Magic, started playing Warhammer, and I had all the money that I used to spend on my vice and weakness, and I got to, like, turn that into my my collectibles and stuff. So, like I started playing, and, like, this guy I was playing Magic with, he's like, how'd you get a modern deck in, like, a month? I'm like, do you have, like, a job? I'm like, no, not really. He's like, well, I'm like, oh, I used to blah, blah, blah. He's like, oh, yeah, you would have a lot of new money then. Keep it up. Oh, I will. Don't you worry. It's the great challenge of my life, but at this point, it's just doing what I've done before. Dolls per minute. They're not dolls, they're miniatures. The character in Breaking Bad where it's like they're not rocks, they're minerals, Marie. Like, that's I always feel like that with minis. I don't care that much, you know, but like you know, you have the memes of the people in the communities who are like, they're Lego bricks. If you call them Legos, I will smash you with the hammer. And I'm like, okay, that's the last time I've given Lego bricks to my nephew. Say Warhammer is good for you too. It helped you out. That's awesome. Yeah, you know, there's something about getting your dudes, and like, man, it was so daunting. I remember like putting together my first models and being so nervous. I would be like, is this the right arm? You know, like, is this what I'm supposed to do? What's this little gun? You know, and then, you know, shaving down the little plastic and the mold lines and the wonderful smell of plastic glue that we all love. Look, we're not sniffing the glue, but we all like the smell of plastic glue, because plastic glue means one thing to a Warhammer player. It means I got new models, and that is the best smell. I can't smell real good. It just like stings the nostrils, and I'm like, the good stuff. Oh, dollars for dolls. Okay, I was like, dolls? That's funny. Warhammer Gundam. Be not broke for you. Yeah, it's the sort of thing that is quite expensive to get into. I believe Gundams are much cheaper per thing than Warhammer models are. I have a friend that collects them, and he's the one that I always think of whenever he's like, what did the Warhammer cost? He's got, like, the sweetest. You know how, like, when you watch, like, one of the dudes that's got, like, a retro video game channel, and they've got, like, the collector wall in the back? Like, he legit's got one of those. It's very fancy. He's a rocket scientist. Or at least that's what he claims to be. For all I know, he's a spy. I've never seen him work on a rocket. They just pay him, Could do anything. Yes, delicious syrupy plastic glue. I mean, like, because you open it up, right? And then... No, Fuzzle, no, I will save you! We save Fuzzle from certain death. Alright. You open it up and you get the applicator... You put it in and you're like, it's the good stuff. Weird tree thing. I'm like, there's a box in here. I know there is, and we found it. Garbage. Get a diamond out of it at least. See, like drawing Warhammer. Well, Warhammer proportions are very strange, right? I feel like it's a whole different animal than drawing most other stuff. Because imagine you're like, you're an artist. You learn how to draw like a shoulder, Here's a shoulder. And then you got to draw Space Marine pauldrons. Like, you're not going to look like you know how to draw shoulders anymore. You're going to look like me trying to draw a stick figure. No, drawing is one of those things that I have never been able to do with any appreciable skill, and I certainly felt annoyed about it at certain points in life. I was just like, this dumb, I don't even want blur, that kind of thing. Flawless skull. Like, and I know that, like, you can train to get better at it and practice and stuff, but... Look, one thing about me that you'll come to appreciate is I just assume that I'm going to be good at stuff immediately. And if I'm not, then I'll never be good at it and I quit. It's like the office joke. Andy Bernard does not lose contests. He wins them, or he quits them because they are unfair. Well, that was a lot of damage. We just need to pull back here a little bit. Oh well to heal up there. Very nice. Oh well is so good in an extended engagement like this. Because it hits all of your minions as well. Gets rid of status effects if it has them. This is a wild, wild series of fights here. Man, look at how spread out and nasty this is. We got champs, all sorts of nonsense. We just need to... There we go. We need to get the big guy, but they have such big HP pools that if you can't get your merc onto them... You know, I think that's what I'm most jealous of from the Warlock, is that it could teleport, you know, their minions to the thing. If you could click and teleport your guys to something, that'd be good. I mean, you can do it with the golem. You can raise a new one, so I guess... Alright, we're going to decrypt him because fanatics run so fast. Hit him, hit him, hit him. This is one of the things you did best in Seattle all the time. Yeah, you know, I like, a couple of my good friends, like, growing up, you know, they were always, like, drawing stuff, and it was always so cool, and then, like, anytime I tried to draw, like, it made me feel like an idiot, right? You know, people are good at different things, and although skills are trainable, I'm not a guy that usually overcomes, you know, adversity. $84 hours. Wow. Yeah, I'm just so lazy, right? I mean, I've spent like a lot of time working on poems before, and then at the end they're still bad because I'm not a good poet. I'm not bitter about it. I just wanted to be good at it. It's not like I thought I was gonna be. We're going to telly in here just to reorganize the mobs. These guys. Still, they're all, like, pretty squishy. It's just a matter of... Because they teleport away, too, so, you know... Your Skelly's got to run them down, and then they teleport away as soon as they get on them. But, you know, it's messy, but... Gets done. And then they can go up into the towers and become fire-breathing monstrosities from them. Pretty funny stuff. Little sketchy. Nah, this is fine. Three cold resist. I don't know about that. I'll hold on to it anyway. Incidental strength is incidental strength. If only that dole could have been a soul. Or a shale. Either one of them would be better for me, but that's all good. Probably need a dole for something else that's good. Because I don't have any spells that can, like, knock down the barricaded doors. Those are pretty annoying. The waypoint should be very close, so we're just trying to grab it before we go down there. Or just not at all. Or just not at all. Looks like the waypoint isn't close at all. I thought it would be there. Maybe it's like right here? It doesn't have to be up here. I just thought it would be. There. Nope. Be alright. We can get the agent's waypoint. Level 28. Do we try to go for 30 before the ancients? I mean, no. We'll just try them. Worst that happens is we die. More likely is we just throw a portal because we can't do it. But maybe it'll be fun. If we just feed Fuzzle plenty of potions, then... sketchy. Alright, so Frozen Scourge, big HP pools, don't leave bodies. Moonlords, big HP pools, dangerous. Death Slashers, ranged attacks that do AoE. Pretty rough Ancient's Way, but you expect it to be. This is just, you know, our second to last major area before we get to World Stones, so... Heyo. So we need to save... Oh, we're going to get to revive late. Whoops. Yeah, we'll get to revive on 31. That stinks. It's fine. I don't think we'll need it. It's just revive's a pretty cool ability. Kind of stinks to not get your capstone. But I would consider revive a less important part of the build than basically all the other parts. Curse and Golem are far more important. Corpse Explosion is the bread and the butter. We're just going back here to preserve the skellies. And to buy more town portal scrolls. Would have been bad to not have them. Wow, gets wrecked. Hey, unique Brenda stock. Now, I don't think that's going to beat out what we've got, because, like, we've got a runed up... Oh, we didn't even pick it up. Heh. Well, we'll get it when we go back. Because we have a runed up pike, and I think that our damage will just far outstrip it, but we'll see. And a very nasty pack, because the Frozen guy's huge hit points, like, they all come together to just be a big headache, but, you know. We'll just do the old Cold Plain Shuffle. It's like, look how quick they pump them, but that's like 6 guys getting all of those damage on, because the Death Slashers, again, it's that AoE damage that stacks onto where they're at, which is so difficult to deal with, because they have these huge tanks in the front. It's like they're playing the game I'm playing, and that's not fair. Open wounds, decent. Lifesteal, I think it's just that it's such low... Yeah, like... Do we lose 40 top-end damage that'll get doubled just to get open wounds and lifesteal? I don't think so, right? Because the Brandis stock, that's the thing. Is like, it's just... Look, if we got that at level 17, it would still be worth in that pike, because the pike does huge damage. This is pure your pike anyway, so it's got that ITD. But anyway, not worth holding on to that. It's also got much too high of a dex requirement to even use for one of your own characters. 50-40 is an insane requirement for an item. High strength, high dex requirements are basically for no one but mercenaries. Hey, unique warhammer. We don't need this, but it's part of the chronicle. It's going in the box for someone else. The old ironstone. Do we need this though? No, level 27. By level 27, someone will use something else. But you gotta ID it. It's about keeping a record. I don't know if the records are like character dependent or what, but someone who identifies every single item in the game in hardcore deserves, you know, the props. These death slashers are so bad. It's big physical damage in an AoE, so they can just delete your whole block, especially if they're behind it. And Fuzzle just moves so freaking slow sometimes. Like, so annoying. Was that the sound of a gem? Nope. Tarun, good. And here what we're doing is just running around trying to get the AoE not to go onto our guys. Because if you get half of them firing at you, I mean, sure, that's half of them that can kill you, but that's half of your guys, or probably all of them, that'll get to live. So right here we see, like, that it fell apart, right? And then just three of them plus the ice breath. These are such rough packs, right? AoE damage, they've got frosty guys with huge hit points, and then they have very, very big single target frenzied moonlords there that are themselves pretty tanky. Yeah, and right there we gave Emilio like so many so many potions, but there was guys around the wall, I think, hitting him because he just got melted. I call him Emilio. This one's called Fuzzle, but Emilio is like the he's one of the names that you can get for the merc, and that's like the community name for him. If you're ever on like a D2 thing and people say Emilio, they mean specifically the Act 2 merc of any name. Right. Later, Thomas. Yeah, we'll probably be stopping sometime soonish, and then maybe streaming something else through the day, but before I go to work. But we'll either stop at the Ancients or at Baal, or when we die. All right. All right, we got like 50 resist all. That's a decent number. Emilio, of course, is doing very well for himself. Let's just see if we can get like an item or two to rock out before we go in here, right? That pike is maybe good for him, but no, I think with the I think we'll be all right. Chance to cast Nova on striking? Oh my goodness, that's amazing. I've wanted something like that forever. That must be a new mod in the ladder, like the couple other things I've been seeing. All right. Let's do this. Okay. We're just going to keep the decrypts on them and decrypt those two. And maiden that one. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, this is going fine. They haven't killed any of the mobs yet. In fact, this dude, you know, with decrypt mode on, they're doing so poorly. We're just putting Maiden on Talik and letting him go there, and Corlick can get all of those dudes on him. Yeah, we're just going to Maiden them all down, I guess. Yeah, so the Ancients, obviously this is going pretty well. They get a lot harder later. But being able to sync to Crypts on and like having a big enough basis of dudes to where, because if you can get the Golem tanking one and then the other one distracted a little bit with somebody, and then you can get one down. All right, there we go. Put him in a bag. The ancients are dead. The ancients are dead. I mean, they're statues, but they're not with us anymore. Time for the keep. This is an easy floor. I mean, depending on who you are, it's easy for us. Oh, with the Ancients level, actually, yeah, we'll be... No, the Ancients gives you a full level. It's not a skill point. That's right, yeah. Well, you know, we're one level away from revives now. Which we may well get to before Baal. You get different titles on hardcore for beating the difficulties, and they're much cooler on hardcore. They're much better titles. I can't wait. Or, alternately, I can wait, because patience is virtuous, or whatever. Well, I'm looking at the time, actually, and we're going to take... I'm like, oh, man, we're so close to him, but no, it's going to be like 20 or 30 more minutes. We're going to take a short break here when we get to the next area. I'm going to go run back into the town and whatnot, and then I got to take the old puppy out. You know, he's been long enough. Don't want to wait any longer. Do-do-do-do. Never AFK in the World Stone Keep. Baal will do an AoE every now and then out of, like, you know, from where he is. So he'll just drop in fire or poison or ice if you're standing still or, you know, on you. So if you, like, AFK because you're like, oh, all the enemies are dead and leave, like, you'll wake up dead. Which is fine normally, but not so good in hardcore. But anyway, I'll be back in a few. It'll probably be about 5 or 6, you know, but maybe I'll see you guys there. I'm going to take the dog out, and then I will come back for more of this. All right. Like 8 minutes. That's basically close to hitting the goal. And, you know, it's a good old time. He's a good dog. I wish, you know, one of these days when he's out of the puppy stage and who could be, you know, when you could turn your back on him for 4 seconds, it'll be nice to maybe let him sit over here on the bed. But he, you know, my room is not puppy proof. There's all sorts of things you could chew on, and I would prefer them to remain unchewed. He's such a sweet little creature, but you gotta keep your eye on him, you know. Mischievous. Said a little breath because I was jogging around in the backyard with him, you know. It's like, gotta make your exercise time count. Up to, you know, that kind of thing. Alright, there's key. Probably 3, but it could be. With that room on the other side of it, I actually think that's the waypoint. But it could just be the door, you know. It's one or the other. Oh, no, 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 no. Okay, there we go. Got a little knockback trapped, but that's why you keep rejuves in a slot and then... Was 3. Alright, so we need to find the waypoint. So playing like the menu music here, that's funny. But maybe this is like the Baal theme, and I just associate it with the entrance music because they have done that to me by playing it at the beginning of the game. And on character creation, you know, character selection. This is like the theme, right? Should have left a portal up there, but it's alright, we'll just run. There's no way it's here. Oh, no. I was like, I wouldn't think that it was on a spur like that, but it is. This is a map that would have annoyed the pants off of me if I was in. Hey, 3 solid kit mask. Good. We'll be able to get something out of that. If only just like throwing some runes in for resists. But I think there might be a 3 rune word eventually that could be good there. But plus also masks are there's 3 kinds of helmets that I like to use. I like masks, I like bone masks, and I like great helms because they look sweet. Bone masks are of course the best one to use. Just like if you can get like a good bone shield as a necromancer, obviously, you know, being on brand is very important to me. Deathlord Defilers and teleporting guys. Not terrible. Not great. Deathlords are super rough. Defilers are largely irrelevant. And the sprites, although annoying, are only really, really problematic if they have more of places to run. Because here they teleport up or down, right? But, you know, not so much side to side. You know, fundamentally, your guys are going to be funneled into a useful position if they lose their target. Whereas in, like, the frozen tundra and stuff like that, it's much more of an annoyance trying to get some play out of your fools there, your fellows. Because Defilers are just like totally weak sauce. Like, who even knows what they do, right? But although we could immediately move to Nightmare, we'll probably play some cows. Or, you know, try torment things depending on what is going on there. Because cows is a good way to get a bunch of mid runes and, like, stuff. And it's fun. You know, cows is fun. It is. I don't care who you are. The first time you do it, it's cool. And the 100 millionth time you do it, it's cool too. If I had to wake up every morning and run a cow level, I wouldn't be like, oh no, it's morning again. I'd be like, all right, let's get to it. No king. Don't kill king. No king. This running isn't sketchy because all of these guys have no force multiplying power, right? If you're around a lot of them, they'll just teleport away. It's the opposite of... Because there are Moonlords here, but they're like smaller ones. You just got to be very wary if there are Moonlords that you keep an eye out for the possibility of a unique. Because those guys, if they get certain mods, like extra fast... if they get extra fast and extra strong, you're going to have an incredibly bad time and you might just need to reset. Because they'll probably kill a skeleton in like 2 or 3 hits. And once they get going... they'll really get going. See, right there, they swing really, really fast. And once they start hitting people, you know, they frenzy up and hit even faster. So you don't want to let them get started. It only takes them a few to get to max swing speed, and then they're really dangerous indeed. But if you get a few of them as summons, as revives, they are very extraordinary. Of course, we are 30, but we don't have a revive yet, due to carelessness. We'll get a next level, but we might not even have it in time for Baal. And this is a reason why. So Deathlords are very scary for all the reasons we've talked about, but for another one, sort of unique to Necromancer. Because they frenzy off of hitting something, if you just have like a skeleton behind fighting a couple of them, they're going to kill them, and they're going to turn around totally juiced with all of their stuff ready to roll. And that'll, yeah, the anguish worm. Like, does it even do anything? Defilers, you know, not every demon needs to be good at being a demon, right? Some of them can just be scary. Because if those Defilers get paid by the kill... Alright, we got Stygian Furies. Hopefully we'll just dodge, like, Lightning Elementals. And that's the thing you care about most, because turning the corner is annoying. But we are at 50 Lightning Resist, so less of a worry by a big margin. Because with 350 life and 50 Lightning Resist, 700 effective reduction before you die against Lightning, that's a lot of Lightning power for normal. The wings here, you gotta like clear enough to move forward, but fundamentally you do not need to clear the wings in Worldstone Keep, although you can. They're not. It's not like part of the run. They don't all pull or anything. When we move forward, the throne room itself will be clearing certainly, and really even some of these things wouldn't be a bad idea to take care of. We're just gonna run this way to make them fire in the wrong direction, and then pop, pop, pop. We get decrypified. That's a cast from Baal on the throne. That can happen. You know, it's not from one of the minions here. Decrypt is an incredibly debilitating curse, and you don't see a whole lot of it in the game. You get it here, and then from the Abyss Knights in Diablo's place, and I think that's the only times they'll do it to you. He's going crazy with it right now. Oh my god, I have never seen him do this many decrypifies. That is wild. It's like doing it on cooldown. Here we're bouncing out because I know this poison is very debilitating and I don't want to have... Yeah, there we go. We saved almost all of the skellies there. That is so many... Is that bugged? Like, I have never in my life heard Baal cast 8 decrypifies in 8 seconds before. I don't think. Alright, we need to bounce that again. The poison is long-lasting and almost invariably fatal. So we get rid of there, and then now it's time for the Council! Decrypify, very good here. Now, we're going to expect a lot of them to get melted by the Hydras, which is super annoying. But if we slow them down, at least they won't get their beat down, too. There we go. And Bartik, who is lightning enchanted, will be up there to be stabbed later. No? Alright, let's pull him down here. There we go. Surround and strike. Nasty decrypify there. Alright, now it is time for Lister, the Tormentor. No, the Venom Lord's first. I'm like, that's right. The Venom Lord's first. This is a very sketchy room, but with Decrypify, because their attack speed is slower, it takes them longer to get more fire breaths off, so it really helps. Because the real thing is you got to worry about all of them fire breathing at once. But if you keep their attack speed low, There we go. Arventor the Unholy. I'm like, that's right. And then Lister. There's an order of things. Lister, of course, has knockback on all the minions. They're nasty, but with Decrypify on him, and we need Decrypify up here, too. Lister was having too good of a time there. You know, we'll start getting through some of them. And once you kill a couple, then all of a sudden, you know, your forces can multiply their power a little better, you know. Whoever the mercenary hits, that one's going to go down, so it's just a matter of keeping the other ones busy. The minions of destruction have a ton of hit points. They're nasty pieces of work. Like, do we just go maiden them and see if they'll die? Like, nope, not a sustainable thing. Like, yeah, I think the slow decrypt, yeah, because Lister's just nasty, right? They have an absolute truckload of hit points, just so many hit points. But when you've got a couple of minions down, the other ones go much quicker, of course, because you have less of your guys getting hurt. AKP. But we're just here, of course, to get some bodies and run into a Nova like a noob. Huh, unique short sword. Well, I don't need it, but somebody might. One of my future characters. The old Rixopskeen. Crushing blow on a level 2 sword. Is this new? Is this new? Maybe. Anyway, I mean, that's kind of cool for a level 2 dude, you know, you just throw it on and... Oh! Are they act dependent? We'll see. I don't remember. But yeah, we're doing a hardcore run here. So I still have the Warlock, but they released a ladder, you know, they released the expansion without an active ladder, and then after like a week they put the ladder out. But like, do I have act dependent portals, or do I need to run? I knew it. Bad, bad, bad. It's alright, they don't heal. Let this be a lesson to me. Don't town portal out when you're getting skeletons. So obnoxious. It's what I get. It is what I get. Actually, super close to 31 where you can get revives, but I don't think we're going to have a big problem with Baal. It's going to suck, and some of them... So Baal does, like clones, and you can't really tell your creatures that it's dumb to attack the clones. They'll just keep doing it. So it can be pretty annoying. But, you know, we've got middling resistances and everything in 350 life, so he can't kill us, and that... Well, I mean, he can. He won't. We'll be judicious, and he won't kill us. He absolutely can. But we should be able to just Golem Maiden him down and be fine. And keep these fools there. We need... Fuzzle just needs to start hitting people. There we go. A couple of hits here and there. We need to get a minion down. Because they do the knockback. They're so tanky. We've only killed one of them, but you know, this other one, he's getting chips down. You get like a full bar for killing a minion of destruction, right? So many hit points. And then that one will go down, and then... It's just so many hit points. Yeah, I think you can't... That's right, you can't get the minions of destruction. Like, well, I'm going to go over here and get some demons anyway. I got Moonlords here. Yeah, Skelemancer, like, I totally agree. It's such, like, a unique way to play, too, you know. I have friends that have no respect for it, but, you know, they're happy to head behind the undead army, you know. But they're like, it's just so boring. I'm like, it's not boring. It's elegant and graceful. You get to focus on movement. All right, now we've got our revived Moonlords. 3 minutes on the clock for them, so let's get in here and start getting them on Baal. First thing you got to do is make your way all the way around here. And you want to teleport in so that your guys are on top of them. And then, if you can get on the real one like this and decrypify him, we might be able to get like a whole ton of his HP away before he moves anywhere. Because, yeah, we've got the Moonlords on him. We've got everyone stuck on him. He's got slowed from the Clay Golem, slowed from that. Fuzzle's doing fine. No, we need the Clay Golem on him for the hits to slow him further, but Moonlord's doing good. Decrypify only lasts like a brief period of time, so you just got to keep it stuck on him. That's all you got to do, and then, you know, everyone can hit him. Wish I had Crushing Blow for my dude, but, you know, that'll come later, hopefully. If you get Crushing Blow is a thing to do, a chance to do a percentage, like, of their HP. So for these big boss fights, that's, like, a good thing. You know, you get Crushing Blow on your Merc. And then, you know, all you got to do is keep somebody up to keep them focused, and then your Merc can just gradually chip it down. When these Moonlords die, it's going to be much more difficult to sink damage here onto Baal, so we don't really want to bounce out for mana pots, even though I need them. Because, alright, well, they're... like, nope, they're still up. Still up in Frenzian. Although, with our Mercenary not stabbing, that's very bad. We need his damage in there. Alright, there we go. Now he's opened up a little more. Come on, get around. Yep, there we go. Good, good, good. Because if you keep him slow, then you can sometimes make it where he doesn't teleport around and do all sorts of nasty stuff. That Nova only does like 50 to me. The skeletons are getting cracked, and now we're at like the weird part, right? Because the thing about Baal is, if he has no one to hit but like 2 people, he can kill them. But if there's like a ton, he's not as good at cracking them all down as Diablo. Alright, that revives out. Alright, so now... I think we just bounce and get a setup again and then come back. Not with revives, but with skeletons will be just good enough. And we'll just remember not to do that boneheaded thing we did last time and use a town portal, and we'll be fine. Of course, these guys are no good as revives, but that's okay. Oh, I don't have more MP. I'm just going to wait. I don't want to drink a rejuve potion for it. It feels bad. I'm going to drink a rejuve potion for it. I ain't got all day. Whoops. Because the thing is now I don't know which one is the real Baal. Fortunately, though, they all have the fake amount of hit points, so... Oh. Jesus! See, the thing about the fake ones is they do the real amount of damage, so we just lost every single skeleton in 2 seconds, and we have to go get them again. Great. And that's what Baal's like. He ranges from being very ordinary, and then sometimes he'll generate multiple things of himself and then kill everything in a moment. It's pretty disorienting. I honestly hate his fight. I hate all mirror image fights in all games. I don't like it when they summon clones that aren't important and you're not supposed to hit. If they have a clone but you need to hit them, fine. Like, the one in Hades I don't like too, but at least there you can tell which one's real. Here, the only way you can tell which clone is real, without cheating, and having, like, a thing tell you, is by noticing that their HP is going down kind of faster than it should be. And that's the only way to know. So there'll be, like, 2 of them, and you just are, like, there, hanging out. It's the worst. I hate the Baal fight. The only time it's good is when you have a character that doesn't care what the real one is, and you just fill the whole screen up with nonsense, and then they die. Because, like, although the Diablo fight is much more frustrating than the Baal fight is, Baal feels often like you are just going into the room repeatedly until he doesn't do something stupid when you get here. Like, right here, now we're fine, right? There's only one of them. Like, the other time we came in, there were 2. And they were already doing all their things, and there were all the tendrils. And now, it's just Baal, you know? It's incredibly annoying. Because, like, Diablo, every other boss in the game, yeah, they have attacks that are better than others, and sure, you can cheese Mephisto, but sometimes when you walk in the room with Baal, you can just fight him. And sometimes he acts like the most bonkers, annoying creature on the entire planet. And you never know what you're going to get when you walk in. Diablo always behaves the same. Duriel and Dariel Mephisto, you know, they do their thing. Baal is a nut job. It's a terribly designed fight. In my opinion, the hallmark of game design is predictability of the opponent, such that the player overcomes adversity by planning around what they can see will happen. And the Baal fight sometimes being incredibly difficult and sometimes being a fight where you hit him is not good design. But let that not take away from our triumph. Because we've just beaten the game on normal. Huzzah! We got no good items. It's alright. I mean, maybe when we review them, they'll be good. Destroyer. We are now Destroyer Neo. When you're a normal person that beats the game, they call you a Slayer, but you get to be a Destroyer. Alright, so let's do some cows. Or, if the Torment is right, somewhere else. Black Marsh. Oh, dude, we're going there. Okay. So, this is very exciting. We're going to go to Cold Plains first because we need to get guys. If we go to Black Marsh first, then they'll be leveled up. So, the Torment levels up the zones. This is a new thing in this patch. So, if we get to Countess in time, she's going to drop runes like she's basically in Nightmare, but we're just gonna run in, and I mean, sure, they'll be leveled up, but they won't be like powered up, right? Like how Nightmare is. So, and also we can do it right now, and then we'll do cows. Terrorize. So now this place is level 33. That's why they got their little things on them. But this is, in my opinion, the best change they've made in the game. Because now you can just level up by playing around in different places, and it's not like how it used to be where you basically have one or maybe two places where you can level up efficiently. Now you just log in, see what the game terror thing is at, and then you go there. And also, you know, it keeps... So if you beat Nightmare at like level 60, but you're not going to be ready for Hell until 75, do you want to fight Baal that many times? That's super annoying. But now you can go around and do different stuff, and I really like that. I think it's a great change. Especially, I mean, for hardcore, I mean, it does make the game easier. It makes it easier for everyone, because access to better items is a thing that does make the game easier, you know? And fundamentally, enemies in Act 1 are easier than enemies later on, even if they're leveled up, because they don't have the toolkit that the later enemies get. Maybe they have a longer internal cooldown for things, maybe they have a lower base damage, so even leveling them up doesn't like quite get them to the level that they would be, you know, in Nightmare or later on in the game. That looks promising. Yeah. So that the little pillars here on the minimap, that's sort of what you're looking for. They don't always lead to a new one, but you should always check if you see pillars. If you're running tower... Look, I have teleported through the tower many thousands of times, and those pillars are a good marker. So you see, like, this room, it's got a couple, and they don't lead anywhere. But, like, 4, like, in the entrance room there, that is usually going to be the route to where you want to go. Not sideways like on that one. And, in fact, you... Ah, there we go, yeah. It's on the other side of, like... You wouldn't expect the... You would not expect the entrance to be on that middle spur unless it wraps around, which is exactly what it does here. Said hardcore makes you nervous. Play path is also means just redirect. Yeah, you know, and that will be whenever this character dies. That'll be what happens there. Probably it probably won't be from me being careless, like proper careless. like running into a room like a dummy, it'll probably be because I get hit by like a nova from a cold enchanted thing blowing up that I didn't know was cold enchanted, you know, just regular careless. But yeah, no, there's certainly an intensity to it, and like, look, I don't know if I would have it in me to try to play like a barb or a paladin on hardcore. It seems like it'd be really hard, and they would die all the time. But a Skelemancer, you could definitely theoretically do it. You know, you just gotta play KG and, you know, gear for resists and, you know, hope to not have anything bad happen. I really should be playing with keyboard and mouse so that I can check mods on unique packs, but I find the controller to be a much better gaming experience. And then we just pop in here, teleport in so that the Countess gets popped, and give me an L rune? Okay, maybe she doesn't get the terror. Maybe they stopped that. No, it says, you know, yeah, well, it's alright. You know, she can still drop L runes in Nightmare. It's just pretty funny. Because she almost always drops a rune, and that is the worst rune she can drop. But let's do some cows. Moo, they will say. Moo. 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 Boom, 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 boom. Moos intensify. Moo. Moo. And of course, since they all have melee attacks, it is perfect for the explosion of corpses. Speaking of, let's get our own cows, eh? Moo. I assume all the moos are done by human beings making moo sounds with their mouth. Moo. And they just all, you know, the moos intensify, all falls down. Two Bone Spear Gray with 2 sockets is actually almost a good item, but the chests here sometimes give you the chromiest potions because it thinks it's in Act 1. Yep, you know, the secret cow level, what a great thing. And you know, just an iconic way to level too, so I mean, who among us does not remember running? So this is not the fort, this is just a fence. So the Cow King not there. The fort's got proper tall walls. You know, just running along with the pack. Of course, if you're a necromancer, you could actually help. And just trying to pick up everything, and then the guy running cows is like, "Hey, I want that. Give me that. Give me that amethyst." And you're like, "No, I picked it up. It's mine." Law of the jungle, buddy. Oh, that reminds me. We should be wearing our magic find gear for this. We absolutely do not need a resist amulet for this. I can make a bone necro someday. I won't. Garbage. Whoops. No. The dead cow demon revived there at Deckard Cain's feet. It's like, I'm beginning to feel a little uneasy. We are so low on mana pots, though. And we gotta go to, like, Act 5 to get decent ones. Not that that's that annoying. It's like, if we get something, we'll address it then. Do I need these plus 10 to life grand charms anymore? I'm wearing them. Look, if you ever play hardcore, you have times when you've lived with 10 HP. And if you have a 10 HP grand charm, and you put it in your stash, because you wanted space, and then you die, you're always going to wonder, how many hit points did I have? 4-second pull X, please. One. Outrageous. Should have checked the U wand for abilities. It wouldn't have +1 to skills though, because that's a mod, not a possibility. It just has regular skills. I like that boulder. That is a nice boulder. I've definitely gotten good runes from boulders in the cow level before. Not in normal, but it is built superstition. That is where the Cow King lives. So we're just going to go this way and avoid him. Since I very much want to be able to do this more in the event that that's what I feel like doing. Although, our character can already... We could just go to Nightmare and we'd be fine. Because we have an alright amount of resist. Like, we'd be at like 10 in Nightmare, but not being negative is good enough for Act 1. And we could make like an Ancient's Pledge shield and get up to a respectable amount. This belt is probably not going to be wearable, but it could be. I mean, probably not for me. It's there's basically no belt in the universe where I'm like, I'm going to lose, you know, slots in the inventory of the belt slots for it. Like, and give me a string of ears with 4 belt slots and I'd probably wear this instead. I mean, maybe not. Moo. A soul rune. Perfect. Hort Soul, right? Hort Soul, yeah. This is a very nice rune word. Gives you plus to all skills, gets energy, 30 lightning resist. It's not like totally amazing, but it's a very good rune word. And a plus to skills is difficult to get on a helm. And it's very difficult to get on a helm at this point in the game. You can get it on, like, uniques, but it's difficult to get a unique at this point in the game. So definitely worth doing that. And, of course, the lightning resist that's on it. Lightning resist is one of the most important resistances. I mean, it depends on where you're at in the game, but in general, it's lightning damage that you worry about. You know, lightning and fire. Cold happens, but, you know, not to the same degree, but... And that'll put us at 27 lightning resist when we're in Nightmare. Of course, we've moved some of the other stuff around, so, you know, it'll be... Yeah, when we move the rings back around and stuff, we'll still be in an alright amount of shape. But what I want is the... You know, if you can just get, like, 1 or 2 good uniques, there's, like, a plus skills, you know, fast casting unique with resists on it, you know, that's all you gotta get. Just a couple of things to really pull it all together, but... They need, like, a shell rune, because if we could get, like, a rune word in the shield called Rhyme, that gives us Cannot Be Frozen, which is a great comfort. You still get cold damage, right, but you can't get locked down, and being able to be highly mobile is like the soul of the Skelemancer. Like, you can annoy your foes and perplex your friends with this one small trick. Run away, run away. And we are looking for a 4-socket sword with no or low dex requirements to build a spirit into. But, yeah, I guess it's probably about all the cows. But yeah, let's, we can go to Nightmare real quick. I mean, and honestly, 30 Magic Find might be worth that small amount of resistances, but we're still underwater on fire because the helm doesn't have fire on it. But 40 lightning, good. Fire resist, though, is the one that you need in Act 1, so... You know, these gloves are absolute trash. And, of course, she's not selling any other ones. Shield of resist. I mean, 8's not enough. Probably be a while until one of the things for sale is better than what Fuzzle's rocking. But let's see if old Geed has something. Well, you know, that's better than 7% magic find. I would have liked... Yeah, here we go. You know, most of those mods are bad, but a small amount of cold resist and a magic find. A little bit of incidental magic find makes everybody happy. We don't want to go too much through there. Yeah, so, you know, not great resist, but hey. A little bit works. You can do cows as many times as you want, unless you kill the cow king. The cow king removes your ability to make the cow level in that difficulty. So that's why when I saw the fort, I was like, oh, the king. When we run away, you always run away from the fort, and that way you're fine. But Fuzzle doing fine damage here. You know, all you got to worry about is, like, can your merc do the damage enough to get you some bodies? And in Nightmare, that's usually not a problem. You know, you just got to have an okay weapon. And then, you know, get your churn going. You can't resurrect champions. You can res Fallen Shaman, and they'll, like, do things, but, like, really getting Quill Rats would be cooler. Get some ranged things going on, right? But these are minions, so you can't res minions. Minion being the specific creatures that are associated with a unique. And they get the qualities of that unique much of the time. Sometimes the unique has something like Aura Enchanted, where, you know, they're affected by the aura, but everything else is too. But sometimes it'll be, you know, Lightning Enchanted, where they do lightning damage, but they don't exude lightning when you hit them. And sometimes it'll be something like Stone Skin, and that'll make all of them resistant to damage. Extra Fast makes all of them extra fast, and so on. So the mods that they get can be very, very wildly different in power. And that is the single best way to die in Hell difficulty is by fighting packs that you haven't checked. You see some and you just sort of like walk up like, okay, we'll brawl, and then they just roast you down because you didn't realize they were Conviction Enchanted, extra fast, extra strong, and multi-shot. And then, you know, they just like archered you down in four little frames. It can happen to you. It's a true story from my life. But the good thing about Nightmare is experience goes very, very fast if you can make it. Like, if you can get your scratch here in Nightmare, then it's quick. But a lot of classes, even if they can pop Baal, they really struggle for a bit. You know, you need to get stronger. Physical, like, the way that physical attacks are calculated through your defense stat percentage-wise. It also has to do with your level and like what you get access to, right? So as you level up more, it's harder for your enemies to hit you. That doesn't matter for me. They don't really hit me. But, ooh, an M rune. Very good. We need one of these. Probably like 4 of them, but... keep on collecting a few more runes. We're going to be able to make another excellent rune word. Which is just such a fun thing. I just have to keep on making sure that we don't die. That way we can keep on keeping all of our stuff. But, you know, the anticipation of horror is what keeps the people coming back, right? Because you can keep on getting more revives through the points. But I think the correct thing to do is take skeletons till it's maxed. The thing about revives is you can't depend on them, right? You can just enjoy them. They'll abandon you. But if you get like a big revive army, and revives too, like you get an extra one for the levels, so if you just get a bunch of plus to skills, you get a lot of revives. If you get a fallen shaman revive, sometimes they'll like revive other fallen. Like for you. Den of Evil, you have to clear the whole thing, so you never want to like pass by a room on account of how it's kind of annoying. Invariably, I'll leave like one guy alive, right? But for me as a Necro, as soon as I can get to Nightmare, I want to pursue Nightmare, and I want to push through to get to Act 2. Because once you get to Act 2, right? Now you're in business. You can get your Act 2 Merc in Nightmare who's got good auras. All 3 auras are very, very good for Summon Necro. There are schools of thought on all of them. I do not subscribe to the Thorns school of thought on Necro. But it's not definitely bad. I just think it's wrong. Might is really good, but I actually think it's wrong too. I think you go with Holy Freeze, with it's paradoxical because it ends with more broken bodies. But I think that the automatic slow there, because Holy Freeze is a slow independent of cold damage slow. So when you get your Clay Golem plus Decrypify plus Holy Freeze, your foes don't really move. And I think that is better than doing more damage with Might. But there are schools of thought. I think for hardcore, it is clear that Holy Freeze is the superior choice. But that's not necessarily true for all Skelemancers and all difficulties and styles. But for hardcore, I think it is definitely the case that Holy Freeze is best. Even if it popped half of the bodies, it's not that bad. Being able to be alive is more important than any other consideration. And Decrypify plus Holy Freeze, they're not catching you. Even extra fast mobs, they just get crawled. Cold Immune still gets slowed by Holy Freeze, if I'm not mistaken. Pretty sure they do. So it's just all around a very good thing. A passive skiller, no way. 7% lightning resist on a small charm. Looks like we got another charm to carry around. But hey, I mean, 47 lightning resist. I'm like, what? How much of it are we going to take off soon, though? I mean, the boots, maybe eventually. That ring, very incidental. I mean, most of it's just from Ort and the charms. So actually, we're in a very good spot for lightning resist. Although, you know, inventory space, you know, that's not a worry for this character. If we have to go to town every time we see something good to drop charms to pick up the good thing, it's still worth it. Being alive is better than all the other stuff you can get. You can't loot the enemy when you're dead. Is the rule of hardcore. And of course, that's a sad lesson for a necromancer to have to learn. Like, but I thought we could get some use out of the bodies. Well, not my body. It's no good to anyone now. Another player necromancer comes in, raises my necromancer from the dead, starts committing acts of malfeasance. Because, like, and this is like what I was talking about ages ago with the bone armor. It's just incidental. We spend 1 point, and now from our skills, bam, we've got 50 damage, which is, you know, a seventh of our hit points that we can just have as an active shield for a very, very small mana investment and for 1 single point. And the more skills we get, the more that'll go up. And it's just awesome. And we almost left that one alive. Enough to earn the rogue's trust. Can't believe I'm saying this about the necromancer, but he kind of a weirdo. That is not a good jewel. And I guess you could put it like in a weapon if you didn't have an ist for 5 magic find, but one would not ever do that. Cave's not bad, but I figure we'll just... I mean, I kind of want to push towards tower and then just start running Countess to get some stuff. Yeah, I guess that's what we'll do. Because Nightmare Countess is 100% worth running until you get the things you need. Some revives are so good, right? Like, these revives are really good. They aren't incredibly hardy, but hey, you know, so what? They're very quick, and that's nice. That's super good. Gargantuan beasts have the most hit points. Oh, these are... Alright, that's a cold enchanted, so we just need to stay away. When a cold enchant dies, they always die in a frost nova, right? And we just don't want that to happen to me. Oh, another spectral hitting extra fast. Alright, let's back up here. Give Fuzzle a potion. Do we want to... Yeah, let's just bounce real quick, get the heal, and then go back. There's no point in letting your skeletons crumble, you know, 5 at a time because you just didn't feel like going back in to put Humpty Dumpty back together. And one of these guys is cursed as well. Oh, there's 3 different uniques here. That was a big old battle, but, you know, we got it. We just need to be far enough away from the cold enchanted. There we go. And that's another one. Dodge him too. Boom. A whole lot of uniques. And here we're just going to come kill Blood Raven, because why not? Blood Raven, the rare boss or mini-boss in the game that does generate skeletons for you mid-boss, so that you can keep on doing it if you want. But you slow her down, and then she can't do too much. I said she can't do too much. She can run away. I mean, she's super good at running away. And stand in the doorway. Oh my god, she's a genius. Alright, and now we finally got her back against a wall with the Merc hitting her. She's so obnoxious. Oh, she's so obnoxious. And of course, just a truckload of hit points. Pretty sure she leaves a Nova when she dies, so we're not going to stand that close. Nope. Anyway, she doesn't give us any good items. That's alright. We weren't really expecting any. You don't usually get good items from Blood Raven. You can. She can drop them. But it's, you don't do her for the magic find. Well, one would never do that. But let's see here. Man, I think actually it'd be a good time to take a break. Two socket superior light plate. Actually pretty cool. No, it's just a durability. That's not what you want. But it's like right here, because if you don't get might, you know, this is like as strong as your skellies ever get. But if you do get might, then your survivability is just tanked considerably. But we do have lots of levels of summon mastery coming in, so they will get stronger for another 20 levels, but it's after that, you know. But points of summon mastery aren't as good as points of summon skeleton are. They're just also good. Lightning enchanted, stone skin. Of course, we are very resistant to lightning compared to a normal character. We don't fear it as much as normal, but you know, 47% is not 75. It's just very, very good for Act 1 of Nightmare. And really, 75 is not enough resist to feel comfy. It's just the max resist you can normally get. But you can get items to increase your maximum resist up to, like, you know, 90, I think, is like, I mean, you can get there. And then some classes have other ways to do it. And then you have a stat called Absorb, which is quite rare, which is just what it sounds like. So you can get very high resists, go over cap with an item to get it up to like 85, 90 or whatever, and then get some Absorb, and then you're finally tanky. One of the iconic rings in the game gives Cold Absorb and Immune to Frozen and, you know, some other stuff. It is called the Ravenfrost. It requires level 45, and it's worn on a ton of characters because CBF is really, really important. Really important. And Ravenfrost, by virtue of being a ring, is not going to interfere with most of characters' plans to build their character, right? Because if you have CBF on a shield or a helm or any old thing, right? That's cool, but what if you need to wear a full set so your helm is spoken for, right? What if you need a specific offhand shield for your build, or it'll be weak, you know? Well, then looks like you're going to need a spot that doesn't interfere with your plans. Enter the Ravenfrost. They're not valuable. They're just beloved and very ubiquitous. The valuable ring is called a Soj, a Stone of Jordan. It requires level 29, but drops very rarely. You'll see like 10 times as many Ravenfrosts as you will Stone of Jordan. I was trying to find this. waypoint. Here we go. Well, this is a good time for me to take a little break. I'm having the best time, but I got to get on with my day. I got to get something to eat, or I'm going to be all wild at work and frothing at the mouth every time I see a dandelion by the road. Be like, I'm going to get it. I'm going to get that dandelion. That's the thing that could happen. Anyway, we are to the Destroyer. Feels good. Cracking Baal feels good. You know, it's, well, Diablo, I was more worried about Diablo. That was a nice fight. And we'll just keep on fighting through it, you know, and seeing where we can go from here. Nightmare tends to be a breeze. It's hell where the real trouble goes on. Because through Nightmare, you keep on getting stronger, and you could very easily get like 10 levels right now without progressing in the game. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. You know, we've got some good stuff. We're getting better things, and I'm having just a blast with this. So appreciate y'all hanging out with it too. I hope you've had, you know, a good time. I know I sure have. But that's gonna do it for me now. So see you guys later, KP. Later, Thomas, Neo. Awesome guy, Limtrix. Goodbye, all. Appreciate you. And, you know, if you're watching in the future, I hope the weather's nice. But that's all for me right now. And maybe I'll see you guys in another stream or video. Peace.